Where's Econoboi? I need to tell him. He needs to say at least 3 slurs in this debate. At least. What's up, people? How y'all doing? Free trade is horrible. Why is it horrible? How is it horrible, Inverted Mystic? Oh no. Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to read anything. I'm gonna be arguing with chat the whole time. All you're getting is cheap. All you're getting is cheap goods. All you're getting, just so we can have cheaper plastic crap. No, that cheaper goods are meaningful to consumers, especially poor consumers. Poor consumers actually benefit way more, both because obviously, you know, there's like a flat price decrease. They're going to benefit from that more because as a proportion of their income, that flat price decrease is higher. And also in their basket of goods, they just buy more imported products. So if you have no job, well, I think free trade increases jobs. So, yeah, like, I don't know what to tell you. I think there were some jobs lost to free trade, but I don't think that means there's a net job loss. And I think for the people who do lose their jobs, we should probably just have a better tax system. Are you an Elon truther? Are the truthers the ones who believe he did the Nazi salute? I mean, honestly, I've been growing more convinced that he might have actually intended to do it. I don't know, man. I don't think Elon is an actual Nazi, but like he loves trolling people. So you like companies going overseas to avoid tax? Well, I don't think they go. First of all, I'm in favor of destination-based tax. We can get into that later, but I don't think companies, quote unquote, go. Oh, I don't think the companies going overseas to avoid taxes is because we have an origin-based tax, not because like we have free trade. The reason like they go overseas or hire people overseas is because of like cheaper labor or whatever. We should tariff China 100%. Well, I don't think we should tariff all Chinese goods 100%, but there are certain goods from China I would tariff for national security reasons. Speaking of which, I gotta read that Krugman article justifying the based Chinese sweatshops, okay? Oh, and I should probably read that. Fuck, where did I link this? It might be this. God, I need to... Nope. Is it this? No. This. No. This. Where'd I put it? That good fucking... There was a Cato thing. That was like a pamphlet that went over... That, It was about Robert Scott studies or whatever. Hold on. I think it's either in here or me and Sample sent to each other. I should be able to find it. I need to lay out my notes better. It's a real thing that I should be doing, but... Did I send it in general? Fuck. Where'd I put it? Think Trump actually doesn't understand tariffs, or it's just misrepresenting them? Okay. I don't think Trump fully understands tariffs. I do think Trump actually knows that the U.S. pays tariffs and is just misrepresenting them to trick people or whatever. You know, I think he does actually know that part. I don't know how much Trump actually knows about some of the like negative effects. Like I don't even know if he's informed on like the. Well, actually, he might. Well, I guess I don't know if Trump does this. His advisors use the exchange rate appreciation as justification for saying, hey, actually, consumer prices are gonna not increase that much, or not at all, because the price of the dollar will go up. So maybe he knows about that, but he also wants to weaken the dollar. He can't make up his mind on which one to do. Where did I put it? Fuck this shit. Maybe it's in here somewhere? Where would it be in here? Oh, I remember where I put it. I still don't believe you're not ethnically Jewish. Really? Does it censor Jewish? You have to put. I mean, look at that beak. Real. That's like the basic version. Haha. Okay, we'll read that next. I need to work on that. Isaac said he's going to give me feedback on that. The no is real. I took a DNA test. I don't know. I'm not going to... I wasn't any % Jewish. I was 100% European. I was 100% European. And then later they updated it. I guess they get more data over time and they get more accurate. And I became 99.98% European and 0.2% unidentified. So technically, I should be allowed to say any slur I want because that 0.2% unidentified could be anything. And price of cheap labor. Bad jobs at bad wages are better than no jobs at all. For many years, a huge Manila garbage dump known as Smoky Mountain was a favorite media symbol of third world poverty. Several thousand men, women, children lived on that dump, dumping during the stench, the flies, the toxic waste in order to make a living, combing garbage for scrap metal and other recyclables. And they lived there voluntarily because of $10 or so a squatter family could clear in a day was better than the alternatives. The squatters are gone now, forcibly removed by the Philippine police last year as a cosmetic move in advance of the Pacific Rim Summit. But I found myself thinking about the Smoky Mountain recently after my recent batch of hate mail. The occasion was an op-ed I had written for the New York Times in which I pointed out that while wages and working conditions in new export industries of the third world are appalling, they are a big improvement over the previous, less visible poverty. I guess I should have expected this comment would generate letters along the lines of, well, if you lose your comfortable position as an American professor, you can always go find another job as long as you are 12 years old and willing to work for 40 cents an hour. Jewish is censored because the Israel-Palestine conflict has made anti-Semitism so bad. Well, Jewish isn't censored. You just said Jew. It's not censored on Twitch. It's censored on YouTube. I mean, it makes sense why it's censored because Ian is just being anti-Semitic, but... Such moral outrage is common among the opponents of globalization, of the transfer of technology and capital from high-wage to low-wage countries, and the resulting growth of labor-intensive third-world exports. These critics take it as a given that anyone with the good word for this process is naive or corrupt. In either case, a de facto agent of global capital in the oppression of workers here and abroad. How many channel points do you think I have? You don't spend them that much, and they're pretty cheap. You probably have like 80,000. Yeah, okay. Well, I think we're timing Ian out for a little bit. I think he's gotta be a little bit of be in timeout for a little bit. Only 46K. Okay. Then you eject to globalization. could say moral concerns or in working conditions. I'm by Doug. For those working, newly created export industries. In third world countries. However, those people choose to work in those conditions because it's better than the alternative. What was the yeah, and an improvement over the previous. Less visible poverty. But matters not are that simple, and the moral lines are not clear. In fact, let me make a counter accusation. The lofty moral tone of the opponents of globalization is possibly only because they have chosen not to think about their position through. Well, fat cat capitalists might benefit from globalization. The biggest beneficiaries are, yes, third world workers. After all, global poverty is not something recently invented for the benefit of multinational corporations. Let's turn the clock back to the third world, as it was only two decades ago, and still is in many countries. Non-fun hates Minecraft. What do you mean? In these days, although I mean, I love Minecraft, I just think instead of playing it, children should be working in the mine. I'm fine with adults playing Minecraft, but children should be in the mines. In those days, although the rapid economic growth of a handful of small Asian nations had started to attract attention, developing countries like Indonesia or Bangladesh were still mainly as what they always had been: exporters of raw materials, importers and manufacturers. Can't speak. Inefficient manufacturing sector drove the domestic markets, sheltered behind import quotas, but generated few jobs. Meanwhile, population pressure pushed desperate peasants into cultivating ever more marginal land or seeking livelihood in any way possible, such as homesteading on a mountaintop of garbage. Are we actually any good at parkour? No. No. I'll go so far as to say I'm horrible at Minecraft parkour. I'm not as bad at Minecraft parkour as I am at fucking like Fortnite parkour, man. I hate Fortnite parkour. I hate stupid ass Fortnite creative maps. Meanwhile, population pushed. About that. Given its lack of other opportunities, you could hire a worker at Jakarta or Manila for pittance. But in the mid 70s, cheap labor was not enough to allow a developing country to compete in world markets for manufactured goods. The intrinsic advantages of advanced nations and their infrastructure and technical know-how, the vastly larger size of their markets, and the proximity to the suppliers of a key component, the political stability, and the subtle but crucial social adaptations were necessary to operate an efficient economy, seemed to outweigh a 10 or even 20-fold disparity in wage rates. And then something changed, some combination of factors we still don't fully understand. Lower trade barriers, improved telecommunications, cheaper air transport, reduced the disadvantage of producing in developing countries. Other things being the same, it's still better to produce in the first world. In the first world, stories of companies that move production to Mexico or East Asia, then move back after, experiencing the disadvantages of the third world environment are common. In a substantial number of industries, low wages allowed developing countries to break into world markets, and so countries that had previously made a living selling jute or coffee started producing shirts and sneakers instead. Not too long ago, how do you feel about Trump making cartel terrorist organizations? I feel like the only reason he's doing that is to enable him to like invoke other parts of the Alien Enemies Act and stuff, so he can do mass deportations. So I don't think it's a really it's a good move. Yeah. world countries. What if Joe Biden did it? What do you mean? If Joe Biden did the exact same thing with the exact same motive, I would say the exact same thing. It's horrible. If Joe Biden did the exact same move without the same motive, then it wouldn't be as bad. I still don't know if I would support it. He would do it for a different reason. So the reason I think it's horrible is because I think the only reason he's really doing it is so he can invoke sections of like the Alien Enemies Act and because it'll allow him to like classify people who violate immigration law as like a foreign invader, right? And then he can invoke other parts of the law to like do these mass deportations. So I would say that's what makes it horrible. I don't know how I feel about the move itself, even absent of that motive. Like, I don't know. I feel like I don't think we should militarily intervene in Mexico without Mexico's approval. That seems intuitive, and I think this move could create a pretext to do that, which would not be ideal. But just doing this itself, like, I don't think it's horrible. They were as they had always been. That is, exporters raw material, importers manufacturers. The manufacturing sectors were weak and only served domestic markets. And created few jobs, even well sheltered behind import quotas. How do you spell quotas? Population growth. Forced peasants. To cultivate ever more marginal lands or seeking livelihood in any other way possible, such as homesteading on a mountain of garbage. Eventually, however, partially, how do you spell partially? Jesus. Oh yeah, you guys better have your non-font W's ready, okay? To lower trade barriers. Partly due to increases in or advancements in technology. Cheap labor in developing countries. Finally, enough of an advantage for these countries to crack into world markets. instead of just exporting some raw materials, these countries finally started producing shirts and sneakers instead. Poor countries just need to adopt the neoliberal. I mean, there is a funny paper called the Washington Consensus Works, and like it unironically though, yes. Like I don't know, I haven't done a ton of reading into it. I only read a little bit of that paper, but it was like, hey, you know, like these countries that did the Washington Consensus, like they did see increased like growth rates that we attribute to like a lot of these policies of like privatization and stuff. Workers in those shirt and sneaker factories are inevitably paid very little and expected to endure terrible working conditions. I say inevitably because their employers are not in business for their workers' health. They pay as little as possible, and a minimum is determined by other opportunities available to workers in these still extremely poor countries, living on a garbage heap is compared with the alternatives. And yet, wherever the new export industries have grown, there's been a measurable improvement in the lives of ordinary people. Partly, this is because the growing industry must offer a somewhat higher wage than workers could elsewhere in order for them to get them to move. More importantly, however, the growth of manufacturing and the number of jobs that the new export sector creates has ripple effects throughout the economy. The pressure on land becomes less intense, so rural wages rise. The pool of unemployed urban dwellers, always anxious for work, shrinks, so factories start to compete with each other for workers, and urban wages begin to rise. Where the process has gone long enough, say in South Korea or Taiwan, average wage start to approach what an American teenager can earn at McDonald's, and eventually people are no longer eager to live on garbage dumps. Smoky Mountain persisted because the Philippines, until recently, did not share the export-like growth of its neighbors. Jobs that pay better than scavenging are still few and far between. I was grabbing bread. You can't dump functioning markets out the original take. Man, you should write a book about that one. Why? I'm anti-illegal immigration because people have this idea that it has to be on the bottom. Just because poor people have a living wage doesn't mean rich people lose something. Have you got to the I don't know how to pronounce that, papers on your list of free trade papers? I don't believe so. I mean, maybe why nations succeed. I mean, I think there's inverted mystic. Like, I want to say I'm for illegal immigration, right? Like, I just want to reform immigration law to like let more people in legally for the most part. I'm just not convinced that like there's a huge like net negative of these illegal immigrants that justifies spending billions of dollars trying to deport all of them and disrupting the economy by deporting 20 million people or whatever. 50s, you get a fast food job and make $40 an hour. That's the equivalent spending power today. My understanding is that seems like real median income has grown over time, even if some service sector things like housing and healthcare or whatever have outpaced that. Like, it seems like the real earnings of median people continue to go up. I'm not convinced that the quality of life of people is better in the 40s. Citation needed. I can get you. I don't want to waste time with this, bro. I have notes. Okay, the Cato Institute has a few good things on it. I mean, we can just go to Fred and like just look at. God, these notes are really old, so they're not really as well sorted as I'd like to be. But you go to college for like AK, yeah, but that's the bone rule effect. I understand. I think college, healthcare, and housing have like outpaced it. Yeah, so you're gonna mention the three things that like have outpaced the wage gain, but it doesn't really refute any of the arguments that I gave. That like it looks like the real median wage has still gone up. The housing is like mostly a supply. That's not like a wage issue. That's mostly a supply issue because we restrict what people can build. Workers in the industry are, of course, paid very little. To be fair, fast food jobs wouldn't be the median wage, it'd be lower quintile, right? Yeah, but I care more about the median than just a lower quintile. But I'm fairly certain it holds true for lower quintile people. I also think the number of people, well, sorry, if you're just doing quintile, then I think I forget what Cato divided it into. I think the number of like middle income households or middle or upper income households has decreased. I think like as a percentage, it seems like really low wage jobs have low income families have decreased. Oh, you commented good stuff on this income distribution. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. I don't remember all the statistics, but anyway, 60K a year to be making enough to buy a 50 again, the house thing, like that's a supply issue. That's not a wage issue. And that's because we restrict what people can build. Doesn't really refute the fact that like seems like workers have still seen quite a bit of gains over the past 50 years or whatever. Opportunities available to worker available to them. Which are still very few. If this process goes on for long enough, however, in places where this process has gone on long enough, we have seen measurable improvement in the qualities of life of ordinary people. The point is, without price control, if you raise wages, it means nothing. What? The point is, without price control on what? Do you want to price control everything? Or do you mean just like, yeah, I know, like it seems like the price control is like other negative effects that we probably want to avoid here. And what people ignore on housing is that the rates are now a lot lower. It's a more upfront cost, but lower interest payments. Really? I thought, I mean, that could make sense actually, I guess, but people complain about housing rates being high right now. And then I guess there's also, there was, I guess, like GI Bill that let a bunch of boomers buy homes pretty easily, right? So, because it was subsidized for them. Although, I mean, you still get the mortgage interest deduction or whatever the fuck, but. New industries. Pay a slightly higher wage than previous jobs. But more importantly, create its ripple effects throughout the whole economy. Pressure on land becomes less intense. The rural wages rise. The pool of unemployed urban dwellers anxious for work shrinks, so factories start to compete with each other for workers, and urban wages rise. Okay. The benefits of export-led economic growth to the mass of people in the newly industrializing economies are not a matter of conjecture. A country like Indonesia is still so poor that progress can be measured in terms of how much the average person gets to eat. Since 1970, per capita intake has risen from the less than 2,100 to more than 2,800 calories per day. A shocking one-third of young children are still malnourished, but in 1975, the fraction was more than half. Similar improvements can be seen in the Pacific Rim, and even in places like Bangladesh. These improvements have not taken place because well-meaning people in the West have done everything to help. Foreign aid, never large, has shrunk to virtually nothing. Nor is it a result of benign policies of national governments, which are as callous and corrupt as ever. It is the indirect and unintended result of actions of soulless multinationals and precocious local entrepreneurs, whose only concern was to take advantage of the profit opportunities offered by cheap labor. It's not an edifying spectacle, but no matter how much, no matter the motives of I can't fucking read, of those involved, the result has been to move hundreds of millions of people from abject poverty to something still awful, but nonetheless significantly better. Countries like Indonesia, for example, per capita calorie intake has risen. One-third of children are still malnourished. But in 1975, it was over half. Some improvements have happened. Oh, also, I don't know. I think I might have told this to you guys. I think a good trap I could set up. I say trap, but a debate tactic or whatever is I could say, like, oh, do you think it's Wait, is it really 15%? Anyway, okay, regardless. Okay, I'm sorry. Is I could say, oh, do you support Trump? Like, getting the $100 million SoftBank investment. Trump, I don't know to what extent Trump's actually responsible for that, but I'll assume he is. And they'll say, oh, yeah, that's good. I create jobs or whatever. And then, like, I need a non-technical way to explain. I like the way I need a non-technical way to explain that, the reverse of the trade deficit is a capital surplus or whatever. But I don't know. GDP doesn't really matter. If GDP mattered, we would sell it real. Well, I mean, we do. I mean, there are private organizations that track GDP, right? I know that, like, Atlanta Fed has their, like, GDP now, and I think the BEA tracks GDP too, but I think there are actually, like, marketing companies that try to track GDP as well. But regardless, okay. I know, the What's Wrong Protectionism book has a good way of phrasing, like, oh, the trade deficit really reflects the fact that, like, investment opportunities in America are so great that they cannot be financed by American savings alone. So we bring in foreign capital to do these investments that otherwise wouldn't occur. And, that increases productivity, that increases the number of jobs, all these things. But even that is a little. The financial account surplus reflects that American residents' savings are less than new investment opportunities in America. This gap is closed by foreign loans and investment in American businesses. Pacific Rim, and even in places like Bangladesh. Why then the outrage? My correspondence. Why does the image of Indonesia showing sneakers for 60 cents an hour invoke so much feeling about the so much more feeling than the image of another Indonesian earning the equivalent of 30 cents an hour trying to feed his family on a tiny plot of land, or a Filipino scavenging on a garbage heap? The main answer, I think, is sort of how the fuck do I pronounce this one? What?
Fastidious.
Fastidious. Unlike the starving subsistence farmer, the women and children in the sneaker factory are working at slave wages for our benefit, and this makes us feel unclean. And so there are self-righteous demands for international labor standards. We should not, the opponent of globalization insist, be willing to buy sneakers and shirts unless the people who make them receive decent wages and work under serious conditions. This sounds fair, but is it? Let's think through the consequences. Many still feel uncomfortable. Because although these people may have been in poverty before, they weren't working at low wages for our benefit. If we are to buy these products, we should have some standards. Place to make sure these people earn a decent wage. Seems fair. But let's walk through the consequences. First of all, even if we could assure the workers in the third world industries higher wages and better conditions, this would do nothing for the peasants, day laborers, scavengers who make up the bulk of the country's population. At best, forcing developing countries to adhere to their labor standards would create a privileged labor aristocracy, leaving the majority of the poor no better off. First off, this would do nothing to help the majority. For country population who don't work in these industries. At best, we'd create a privileged labor aristocracy. And it might not even do that. The advantages of the established first world industries are still formidable. The only reason developing countries have been able to compete with those industries is their ability to offer employers cheap labor. Deny them that ability, and you might well deny them the prospect of continuing industrial growth, even reversing the growth that has been achieved. However, it's unlikely we could even do that. It's the only reason these countries have been able to compete with first world industries. Because of cheap labor. Deny them the ability to sell that labor. And you deny them the prospects of continuing industrial growth and even reversing the growth that has been achieved. And since exports are under growth, the rules and injustices have been a huge boon for the workers in those nations. Anything that curtails that growth is very much against their interests. A policy of good jobs in principle, but no jobs in practice might share our conscious, but it's no favor to its alleged beneficiaries. You may well say that the wretched of the earth should not be forced to stare at the hewers of the wood, draws of the water, and sewers or sneakers for the affluent. But what's the alternative? Should they be helped with foreign aid? Maybe. Although the historical record of regions like Southern Italy suggests that such aid has a tendency to promote perpetual dependence. Anyway, there isn't the slightest prospect of sufficient aid materializing. Should their own governments provide moral social justice? Of course, but they won't, or at least not because we tell them to. And as long as you have no realistic alternative to industrialization based on low wages, to oppose it means that you're willing to deny desperately poor people the best chance they have to up progress for the sake of what amounts to an aesthetic standard. That is, the fact that you don't like the ideas that workers being paid a pittance to supply rich Westerners with fashion items. In short, my correspondents are not entitled to their self-righteousness. They have not thought the matter through. And I can't speak. When the hopes of hundreds of millions are at stake, thinking through things is not just a good intellectual practice, it's a moral duty. Real. So in the end, shouldn't rob millions of people. On their best opportunity. For continued growth and higher wages. Or you called it aesthetic standard. Aren't workers being paid a pittance to supply which rest of it with faster items? Give me a second. What are the end of the day going to be? Solutions to free trade, pushing affected workers away from the Democratic Party. I know, yeah, me and Stanfilov talked about this a bit. It's like the best argument for tariffs is that free trade makes people more Republican. I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I'm not even... Oh, we're so cooked. Okay, listen. Okay, the hope is, if Trump actually does what he wants to do, okay, we're gonna get a fucking Democratic majority Senate in 2026, right? And House. Like, if he actually does 25% tariffs and everything, okay? People are not going to vibe with that. People are going to notice. If he actually ends central bank, if he actually makes Powell cut rates when he doesn't want to, like he wanted to do last time, people aren't going to pay attention to that because they don't care about the fucking central bank. But they aren't going to vibe with the effects of that. If he actually deports 20 million people, people aren't going to vibe with the effects of that. A lot of people won't vibe with him doing that in the first place. But there are, mass deportations pulled pretty well, at least among his base. So some people don't mind, but. On February 20th, 2003, the U.S. Department of Commerce reported that the U.S. trade deficit reached a new record in 2002. For the calendar year, imports of goods into the United States exceeded exports by 484.4 billion. When that figure is combined with an overall surplus of services in 49.1 billion, the 2002 deficit in goods and services was 435.2 billion, the largest in U.S. history. If the past is any guide, the record deficit will be misused by opponents of free trade to claim that it depresses production and destroys jobs in the economy. The argument of trade critics is simple but misleading. If exports create jobs, then imports must destroy jobs. Thus, a trade deficit is by its very nature causes a net loss of jobs in the U.S. economy, and the bigger the deficit, the more jobs lost. A central bank independence undermined, the market reaction will likely be terrifying, and reestablishing trust will be difficult. Yeah, that's the like that is. Listen, I said this. Like, if Trump actually removed Powell, which I don't think it's super likely, like that would be like a hey, you know, I might start looking at Europe more. Like, I'm interested in like going to Europe at some point anyway. At least going to college here at some point, because I think it'd be cool. But like if they, you know, which I would also do that like if a Democrat was president, right? Like, just because I want to visit Europe, and they have nice cities, they have nice walkable cities. I want to go to Amsterdam and ride a bike everywhere. It looks so it's anyway. But if he gets rid of Howell, okay, I'm buying plane tickets to Amsterdam immediately. Amsterdam is beautiful. I know, it's lovely. Oh my god. Or even I've looked into going to like Czechia too, and like Brno, and like the nice. Oh my god. Look at this place, man. I mean, like it's wonderful. We just don't have. There's just nothing like this here. Okay. You know, the unemployment rate in Czechia is only like 2%. That's pretty cool. Their growth isn't very high, but unemployment is like at 2%. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. These ones aren't as beautiful. There's a picture I'm looking for, but I don't know how I'm going to find it. God. I hate driving so much. I just want to take a tram everywhere. I want to take a tram. I want to take the fun little tram everywhere. The leading proponent of this sort of analysis is the Economic Policy Institute, a pro-union leftist-center nonprofit organization in Washington that routinely publishes studies claiming to show specific job losses, including state-by-state totals, as a result of trade deficits. Those numbers are then repeated by labor union leaders and trade opponents in Congress to warn against further trade liberalization. Trade critics, like the EPI, often argue the trade deficit leads to a net job loss. Unpublished studies. They're not even studies. Actually, some of them are studies. A lot of the things that Robert Scott posted or the EPI has are not like studies. They're just like models that they publish on their website. Just it's the same as the coalition. I always get confused. There's, I think, the CAP and the Coalition for American. Or is it? I thought it was oh no, Center for American Progress. Okay, I think it's Center for American Progress and Coalition for a Prosperous America. I always get these two confused. This one, these people are fine. and I haven't read a ton from them, but they have fine stuff. And then these people are insane. People cite this a lot. Oh, look at this one model I have that makes the most dog shit assumption ever, that like the resources for domestic production caused by tariffs just appear out of nowhere and aren't drawn from other sectors, despite us being at like almost full employment. It's not even actually a study. It's just, as far as I know, at least, it's just this. Like they don't even have, they did not publish this in a journal, much less like a respected like peer review journal. Yeah. It doesn't even reduce by 0.2% a year net job loss. This estimate is not even that wrong. I don't know what to mean by it. Like, I was like only like 200,000 jobs lost from the steel tariffs, but like, anyway, okay. Estimating the number of job losses in each industry and state. As the author of one EPI study explains, when the United States exports 1,000 cars to Germany and Mexico, plants in this country employ U.S. workers in their production. However, if the U.S. imports 1,000 cars from Germany and Mexico rather than building them domestically, a similar number of U.S. workers who would otherwise been employed in the auto industry will have to find other work. Ignoring imports and counting only exports is like balancing the checkbook by counting only deposits and not withdrawals. To determine the number of potential jobs eliminated by the trade deficit, EPI models compares actual U.S. employment to what it would have been supposedly if the trade deficit were zero. And the economy's overall growth rate remained unchanged. Fewer imported cars, steel slabs, shoes, toys, shirts, and other goods are translated into more domestic production of those items, and hence more jobs if exports equals imports. In other words, every widget not imported translates into a widget produced at home, and more widget workers employed. As the EPI explained, me when I lie, me when I am lying. Also, I like even though the logic's wrong. Also, that just they will have to find other. Well, maybe this other work is like more productive anyway, but regardless. Okay, anyway. EPI then compares actual U.S. employment to what it supposedly would be if the trade deficit was zero. The economy grew at the same rate. Within this model, rising imports and trade deficits of recent years can only be bad news for output and employment. As EPI concludes, the toll on U.S. employment has been heavy. From 1994 to 2000, growing trade deficits eliminated a net total of 3 million actual and potential jobs from the U.S. economy. The attempt to blame trade deficits for lost jobs founders in theory and in practice. First, the model ignores the role of international investment flows. This model fails. Both in theory. And in practice. Firstly, the model fails to account for international investment flows. The flip side of America's trade deficit is a net inflow of foreign investment. The extra $435 billion that Americans spent on imports over and above exports last year was not stuffed into mattresses overseas. Those dollars quickly returned to U.S. To buy U.S. assets such as stocks, bank deposits, commercial treasury bonds as direct investment in factories and real estate. A principal reason why the United States runs a trade deficit with the rest of the world year after year is that foreign savers continue to find the U.S. economy an attractive place to invest. Flip side of the trade deficit is a isn't there going to be a point where these notes become too long to actually be effective? We're way past that point. I mean, I gotta sort them better. So yeah, at some point they kind of get too long to all be in one place, and then I have to go through and I have to start sorting them to like all be like every like point about jobs is like I have a page for jobs and it has like bullet points to the arguments with some links to stuff, and then like below it is like all the shit I have in job, and then like I have to have one thing for pass through and it has all like the talking points about pass through, and then like below it it'll have like all the notes, and we'll get there. Net inflow of foreign investment. The dollars spent overseas return as investment. In U.S. companies, bonds, and real estate. In fact, one of the reasons for the U.S.'s persistent trade deficit is that foreign savers continue to find the U.S. economy an attractive place to invest. Have you ever actually needed to go deep into these notes? Kinda, yeah. Well, they contribute to my overall knowledge, which is always useful, even if in like each individual thing, people arguing for protections and we're going to be able to push back deep enough for even 90% of these stuff to be relevant. We'll see, okay? If we have an hour, okay? Well, who knows? Maybe. Listen, I sent him the PDF to Greg Mankiw. Oh, I should have sent him my blog. I should have been like, hey, by the way, I did my blog post. You should. I did send him it. I remember. I sent him it, but over Twitter. Because whenever I post on Twitter, I shit post about it. I'm like, hey, by the way, the Pentuple should read this. Oh, I control that too. The EPI model ignores the growth in jobs created by the offsetting inflow of foreign investment into the U.S. economy that the trade deficit accommodates. Yeah, you know what? I should probably have it like this. Then net surplus of investment capital buys new machinery, expands production capacity, funds new research and development, and keeps interest rates lower than they otherwise would be. API counts the jobs supposedly lost when we import cars, but ignores the jobs created when BMW or Toyota builds an automobile factory in the United States and employs thousands of Americans in good-paying jobs. So it's the critics of trade who are guilty of counting the withdrawals but not the deposits on the National Balance of Payments account. A real truth. Model ignores jobs created, body inflow of capital, you probably know more about trade than 95% of E. There's no way you know more than 95% of econ crap. I don't know. Well, I mean, how people do, how seriously, I think the people who like just take economics as a major because they're not actually interested in it and like, you know, just want some job or something. You know, I don't know. I guess I don't know like how seriously people take their college degree. I don't know. Compared to, yeah, I don't know. That finances new machinery, expands productive capacity, funds new R&D, and keeps interest rates lower than they otherwise would be. I think if I go to God, I gotta fix this stupid job thing at some point. They chose a free trade course. I picked econometrics instead. I mean, well, I guess yeah. I guess people don't really focus, or not everyone focuses on trade. But why wouldn't they do? Paul Krugman's a trade economist. You telling me not everyone wants to be Paul Krugman like me? What? Telling you guys, 30 years from now. The short did okay. Yeah, I saw. I got like 500 views. I mean, I'm not like that concerned about the performance of the short or whatever. But like, yeah. I mean, it's like, it's free. I mean, like the way, since I don't like focus on shorts or anything, like the way I view shorts is basically like they're basically always like, there's just going to be better no matter how many views they get than if I had not uploaded it for the most part. I bet you made 9 cents. I bet I made less than 9 cents. I bet I would have made 9 cents prior to Christmas. But now that Christmas is over and like January is like one of the worst months for aheads, right? It's like, I doubt it. I doubt I made that much. We'll see. Let's see, guys. Let's see. 1 cent. Let's go. Whoa, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Who want me? Ladies, hit me up. Ladies. Dude, fire. Second, the central assumption of the EPI model that rising imports directly displace domestic output collides headlong with empirical reality. In fact, imports and domestic outputs typically rise together in response to rising domestic demand. Secondly, the assumption that rising imports, or the central assumption even, Rising imports directly displaces domestic outputs or domestic output. Output. I was combining exports and output. Conflicts. Empirical reality. I think they probably mentioned this in here, but also like EPI is like just focusing like to trade deficit with Mexico, and they don't even like consider like, you know, it's not so much people in Mexico competing with people in the US for jobs as it is people in Mexico competing with other countries for jobs, right? Like a lot of the competition, like as our trade deficit with China increased, our trade deficit with Vietnam and a lot of other Southeast Asian countries fell because it was less people in China competing for jobs and more these countries competing between each other to see who will import to the US, because it's not like we were making shoes before China started making shoes, right? Like imports and domestic output tend to rise together as a result of rising demand. During most of the 1990s, when imports and trade deficits were both rising rapidly, so too was domestic employment and manufacturing output. Between 1994 and 2000, when deficits supposedly claimed a heavy toll on U.S. employment, civilian employment in the U.S. economy rose by a net 12 million, and the unemployment rate fell from 6.1% to 4%. During the same period, U.S. manufacturing output rose by 40%, even though the volume of imported manufactured goods doubled. Jesus, I can't speak. In the 90s, both imports and trade deficit grew rapidly. Domestic employment and manufacturing output grew as well. Here, I see put a chart. It's about driving people to the YouTube videos, and yeah, I mean that's the only reason I like do shorts is to like people. I used to have a strategy when I did like more gaming stuff like a year or two ago, probably like almost 2 years ago at this point. Goddamn. Now it doesn't count. I know this is what I'm saying. Just how I drew it up. I was planning this the whole time. I start streaming, Destiny gets canceled, I get his viewers. Obviously, this was my plan the entire time. It's just like I drew it up. Just like I drew it up. I mean, in reality, I do think. First of all, I don't foresee him doing stuff with the DNC for a little bit, but I don't actually know if the career is gonna be like over. Like, I mean, it's Destiny. He's been through controversy before. This is obviously probably the biggest one. At a time when his career is also the biggest, but like, he'll always have some audience, right? And he'll probably be able to move past it eventually. And also, I think in large part, you know, streaming and shit like this is, you know, political streams are more complements and substitutes, right? Like I didn't, you know, I like there are people who I only found and started watching through like, you know, Wick's panel or like Gibbs's panel, stuff like that. Like, you know, I'm not like substituting one person over the other a lot of times. A lot of times I consume more overall when I find like a new person. He will always find conservatives to debate. Well, that's true, yeah. even between EPI's measured period of 1994 and 2000. U.S. employment was by net 12%, or sorry, 12 million. And the unemployment rate fell from 6.1% to 4%. I don't watch Rick panels and stuff like that, because I'm convinced that people on there are on average dumber. Really? I mean, what do you mean? Well, I could see the case that maybe on average they're dumber than the average person, but like I think on politics sometimes people are like smarter than average on the things that they talk about. Like, I mean, anyone, to be clear, anyone in this Twitch space, okay, is a retard. Okay, we're all retards together, and that's what makes it awesome. Okay, I don't know, but like the people I talk to seem intelligent. Yeah, other than Pentuple. Fuck that guy. During that same period, U.S. manufacturing output rose by 40%, even though the volume of imported goods doubled. And even though the volume of imported goods doubled, U.S. manufacturing output rose by 40%. Manufacturing took a nosedive in 2001 to 2002, but rising imports were not the culprit. While manufacturing output was falling 4.1% in 2001 from the year before, real imports and manufactured goods were falling 5.4% after 4 straight years of double-digit increases. When manufacturing fell 4.1% in 2001. The culprit was not imports. Saying smart people in politics don't select in online forums. They tend to go, okay, well, sure. I guess I agree. I mean, smart is relative, right? I think there's we'll react to your own debate with Fabian Liberty on stream. Which ones? Or I mean, I'm not opposed to doing it. I just don't see a need to. I don't know. I don't know. The debate review is maybe they're fine stream content, but I'm never gonna upload me reacting to my own debate on my YouTube channel. So like the opportunity cost is doing something that could go on the YouTube channel as like static content afterwards. So don't upload. Yeah, but the opportunity cost, right? Because in that time where I'm reacting to a video that I'm not going to upload, I could react to a video that I am going to upload. It will get views. Think like an economist, okay? Marginal cost exceed marginal benefits. Did you have a one-on-one with Fabian Liberty? We had the only one-on-one we had was more of a conversation than like a debate. We basically just chatted about tariffs for a little bit, and then we chatted about like the value of empirics. It's actually one of my more popular videos. I can go find it. Yeah.
But you were like,
and then I mean, it was mostly about empirics, and then post-debate discussion of Destiny, dude. The AI, I figured out finally. The AI that I use to chat to my videos, it thinks my name is non-compete, which is why all the time it says the chapters will be named like non-compete's take on it. And I'm like, that's not I was so confused, but it thinks my name is non-compete. So that's why. That's why I don't always like chapter something. Does Sinner got canceled by many fans? Doing empirics debate without knowing statistics? I mean, it was just, I didn't know it was more of a discussion. It's not like much of a debate or anything. I think I read a little bit for it, but I mean, it wasn't, it was mostly like, do we think it's fair to use empirics, or do we think that we should deduce everything a priori from human action? One day I'll read through all the social democracy in the 21st century stuff. He's a praxologist. Yeah, he's a insane praxologist. Yeah. So they also fell by 5.4%. The same domestic recession that put the kibosh on domestic manufacturing also curbed demand for imports. The recession is responsible for the falling demand of both imports and domestic products. What do you consider to be good parts of libertarian, though? So if we're doing Fabian libertarian, I don't know how much good there is there. Just like regular libertarian, it's like, well, skeptical of government intervention in the economy. I think that's fair. I would, I perceive, the thing I always quote, I do prescribe like a presumption in favor of private property. I just also think that there are, times where government intervention that is necessary. Like we're reading like a libertarian thing right now, right? But this is obviously like libertarians who at the very least cite some empirical evidence, right? So being able to be skeptical of a lot of intervention, of a lot of regulation and price controls, I think is fine. I would probably lean slightly towards NGDP targeting, and that seems to be something libertarians like. So it seems like they're fine when it comes to NGDP targeting. I guess then depending on the exact breed of libertarian too, some people, libertarians typically like anti-welfare, but like if we gotta have some welfare, they'll say like we want a negative income tax where we want like unconditional cash transfers over non-aggression principle. I don't think the non-aggression principle is good. No, I'm a utilitarian. Don't think that's one of the good parts. At least not with their theory of entitlement. Is it a good thing? I mean, you could convince me like, I think the human action axiom might be an example of a synthetic a priori statement. What do you mean as an example? I mean, I don't know how I feel about synthetic a priori still. I mean, I just think it's dumb to pretend that like we can deduce everything from this, and like even if we have 100 papers saying that like the effective minimum wage on employment is like near zero, and like the effect of immigration on wages is near zero, maybe the deducing isn't working out so well. Maybe you may also, as Sample likes to bring up, he'll be glad I'm saying this, if you think that you can deduce it, write a paper, submit it to a journal, and claim your fucking Nobel Prize. No, the Austrians have been challenged to do this for 40 years, at least, if not longer, and they haven't done it. No one can do it. Write it down, deduce it, submit it to a journal, submit it to whatever American Board of Logic or whatever, and claim your fame. That's a good point from Sample. They basically describe economic theory. You can get published in Econ Easy with pure theory, no empirics. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's I think he's mentioned before. I think there is like a American border like logic or whatever. Association for Symbolic Logic. Is it this? I think there's like some journal or something that has to do with like a lot of philosophy papers and like logic and stuff. And like you should be able to like publish it, like put it there, like deduce it, let other logicians review it or whatever. Get a Nobel Prize. Get a Nobel Prize. I don't know if you get a Nobel Prize. You might, but I mean, if you might actually get a Nobel Prize. Like if you were able to fundamentally change or like epically own all of empirical economic literature, right? Like complete empiricism holocaust. You probably would get a Nobel Prize for that. Mathematical or logical diagrammatical economic models are essentially deduction from certain assumptions, right? Well, yeah, but we still use empirical evidence. We plug empirical evidence into them, right? Of course, whether those assumptions or the results that correspond to reality is a empirical question, yeah. What are they gonna? Okay. In fact, imports and output have been tightly and positively correlated in recent years. The scatter plot reveals the remarkable correlation between growth in manufacturing imports and manufacturing output since the late 1980s. Imports, domestic output. Have been positively correlated. I wonder if there's a more recent chart somewhere where I could find this. Why be utilitarian with concentration of power so few in centralized state where they tend to be most corrupt by the time they reach power? Why no visible concern for corruption? I don't know like what this has to do with utilitarianism. Like I would say it's not utility maximizing to have a corrupt centralized state or whatever the fuck. I don't know why you're trying to draw this connection here. Also, can still be considered utilitarian if you act after you got consent from voters on basic measure. Well, what utilitarian does not entail. You could be a utilitarian and believe in democracy, or be utilitarian and believe in like fascism. Like if you believe all it entails is that you believe you should do what is utility maximizing, like people will have disputes over what's utility maximizing. Obviously, I think it's pretty apparent that fascism is not utility maximizing. Most fascists don't actually think that it's utility maximized. They just are racial supremacists or whatever. So in a chart, output growth is measured by the change in average level output for the years compared to the average level output in the previous year. Import growth is measured by total volume of manufactured goods, capital goods, supplies, materials, automobiles, engines, parts, durable, non-durable consumer goods imported in that year compared to the volume of imported previous year. The chart illustrates that the more we import, the more we make ourselves. The more we make, the more we import. Essentially, we fall into one of two categories: high import, high output, high output years, or low import, low output years. Jesus, I can't fucking speak. God damn it, man. If utilitarianism is true, wouldn't there be principle of utility to be? Wouldn't the principle of utility be synthetic a priori statement? I don't know how Sample deals with that. I'm not committed to. I would ask how Sample deals with it. I'm not committed to moral realism. I probably lean towards it, but I don't know. If you want to know the moral realism thing for utilitarianism, I would ask Sample what he Those disputes make utilitarianism very subjective. They can give false impression about one's role and change. I don't know what you mean by subject. I mean, you could be a like utilitarian anti-realist. You can be a utilitarian realist. I don't know what you mean by like arbitrary. Simple, your sensei or something. I mean, he knows more about the philosophy than me. So like if I'm like having he knows more about most stuff than me. He's not my sensei. He's just a useful resource that I have. Okay. Yeah, it's called crowdsourcing knowledge. Okay. You know what? I've considered doing this before, and I might actually do it at some point where like I just make like channels in my Discord and only give people who I know a ton of things the role is to like type in them, and it's like one chat would be like crowdsourcing econ, and like Sample and Swag and Econoboi would have access to it, and then like there'd be another channel like crowdsourcing philosophy, and like Sample and Moxie would have perms in that one, and like during the late 1980s and early 1990s, the U.S. economy slowed. Growth in manufacturing, imports, and output slowed. As the expansion of the 90s gained steam, growth of imports and output accelerated. Winter recession in 2001 and a slow recovery in 2002 saw imports and output slide down the scale together. If trade critics are right, the recent plunge in import growth should have stimulated an increase in domestic output as U.S. factories sought to fill the gap left by missing imports, according to EPI model. In other words, the relation should be negative, and the trend line should slope downward, not upward. Once again, reality intrudes on the protectionist story. Crowdsourcing truth for me and localists are the only ones you can type. That would be great, man. Yeah, I have a legal section, and localist is the only one that can type, and I have an MT section and legal. It's just narcissism and virtue signaling real. Bob Marley, you would have access to Econ too, okay? Are you in the Discord? What's your Discord name, okay? I would give you access, okay? I just was trying to eat on Econ every time. He has no counter. Real.
We ready. Hey, what? We ready.
Yeah.
We ready for you. Was that encouraging?
Sure.
Nice.
Okay, I thought he was gonna like give me. I sent him my closing statement that I gotta work on more. I thought he was gonna like give advice on that, but no, he just.
Oh, no, I got you. Sorry. I don't really add a lot, like, cause like this is like you're kind of just hitting home the same points that you were making the entire debate, and then a lot of this is gonna be econ shit, and you know damn well when it comes to econ, I'm no better than fucking Minar, so.
Okay, well, I mean, like, well, how much? I mean, what am I? How do I make it less like econ? Like, I don't know. I don't know how to.
Oh, okay. I'll end this in. I don't like the problem is like I don't because like you're kind of supposed to be econ here. Like opening, you want to be more conversational. Like you want to be more enticing. And then at the end, you want to be like, I've shown everything. Like in this debate, like this is what I've shown. Like this is where you're supposed to be autistic. To be fair, so like you want to be like, well, these are all the points I showed. Like notice that he wasn't able to like contradict these. Like
Yeah.
But what if he's able to now on? What if he comes up with this macro level, theory level econ that you just weren't prepared
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I sent him my blog post. Okay, I added him at Twitter. Hey, these are my blog posts. Maybe, and I sent him the Greg Mankiw textbook. Okay, so he should. Maybe he read. Maybe
you should. What you should do is you should copy and paste your blog post into ChatGPT and be like, how would you critique this, and then see if what he says. Just see if it's a little, see if it's a little closer. You know, because I would put I'd say like with a 40% certainty that there's a chance.
I mean, well, You know what? I don't know. Well, actually, he might. Pentuple, every single time Pentuple does a panel, he's too fucking stupid to use OBS virtual cam correctly. So, like, we can see his his screen and, like, his chat. Stream. Yeah. It's not just his camera, even though there's a little, I don't know if he's using Streamlabs, maybe it's different, but, like, for me, like, I have a little, like, setting button, and it's, like, either have it be an entire scene or just the source, so just my camera. Or like what I do, I have a scene that is just my camera with my logo on it. So, you know, if it gets clipped or something, people know that I'm non-fun.
So with this, are you trying to lean more into the seriousness, or are you trying to lean more into memeing? Because I do have some memeing and get things I could give you.
I mean, what do you mean by memeing? I intend to meme at least a little. So like any.
The thing I see is like most of it, my arguments my opponent gave were debunked in real time and can further be debunked with a visit to my blog. And you could do like a offhand comment as well, like, because if I'm gonna at least like talk to like these type of people, might as well make some promotion out of it. Like you could throw in something like that.
Oh,
not how I
sure, yeah.
That'd be a pretty funny like throwaway. I was gonna. The original comment was if I'm gonna talk to these two people, might as well get paid for doing it. But that seems a little too.
I get paid a little. Did you see my YouTube short on stream that I made 1 cent from? That was fire.
What are you going to spend? Don't spend it all in one place.
I know. I don't know. I can buy some cheap labor if that, right? That's what, from all the slave workers. That's at least an hour of, you know, some guys in Bangladesh's time, right?
New editing. You're going to have like the slideshow editing going on.
Dude, I need a Temu editor, okay? That's what I need. I need a Temu worker as an editor. I will pay them 5% more than what Temu pays them, okay? I need that.
Do you get benefits?
Nah.
I was making some ratatouille. I sent you a video. I was making some ratatouille before I went on stream. I gotta see what the rat was cooking up. Okay, I've never had it before.
Why is there a child on you? Is that your team worker?
Watch Ratatouille? No, that is my team. No, that's my baby sister. No, because did you never watch Ratatouille? On Ratatouille, it's someone on his head directing his movements.
Oh, I guess. No, I have seen it. I didn't even play the video. I just looked at it while typing. Oh yeah, this makes sense now, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, like, cause there isn't a lot to throw in, cause you have to kind of like predict like what's gonna happen, and like you kind of have to predict what their arguments are gonna be, cause like what if like whatever you're saying here just never comes up? Like what if you guys never do argue that taxes are paid by the U.S. importer? What if they just go to like some deranged arguments?
Why would I mean? Well, the most deranged argument you can make is it's not paid by the U.S. Yeah, that's the most deranged one. There isn't. I need I'm not gonna have time to do this. I need to have more things I can cite on like pass through like immediately. And just be like, hey, by the way, like there's no empirical basis for like, you know, the pass through being this low and like countries reducing export prices enough to make up for the cost of the tariff, or the dollar going up enough for the cost of the tariff. Which I have some things for. Like I have studies on like the washing machine tariffs and the steel tariffs that Trump put up, but it also doesn't make it any better, because instead of harming U.S. consumers, you're just harming U.S. exporters. But
and also it means well, not actually. This wouldn't even be fully shit throwing. This would be a little formal. But you could be like, I believe over the next 4 years that we're going to see some people lean into empirical data and some people lead into nonsense. And I believe that I've shown that one side of the aisle has brought enough data, brought enough statistics, brought enough multiple accounts, and one side has used their feelings. And then you could just go into that. It'd be pretty funny to do as well. Just call them a stupid Republican. No, yeah, I don't know. Closing's a lot weird to like critique, because there's not a lot like, again, yeah, you're kind of just guessing and you're kind of just restating everything you just said.
Well, I mean, I'm
3 hours.
I will like if I feel like I like won on a point or something, like I'll make a bullet point of that and make sure to yeah.
And then also, I don't know if you wrote this in mind, but like most of this stuff, like I do like, the only thing that's like over like econ that people might miss is the IMF thing. That's the only thing that like actually people like. You did write this in a really like, you used that initial point, the be stupider. You did follow that point in this class. Because the only thing that people might miss is the IMF, but that's just like the name, like that's where the study's from.
Well, it's
right?
just it doesn't matter.
It's an institution. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, You did a lot better than your openings. Your opening, God, bro. I would have to take Adderall to fully understand it. Actually, I might not even. At the time, I don't know shit about econ. Okay, how much time do we got? We got what, 30 minutes?
30 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Lock in, my boy. Lock in. All right, stay safe. Fucking school that fucking weirdo.
I'll probably, I guess, the pass-through thing if I'm concerned about that. Actually, I think it's in here. IMF and World Bank. Yeah, if you know what the IMF is, then if you don't know it, well, maybe I should mention what the IMF is. Because, like, if I say, like, hey, by the way, this is, like, a bank that, like, is in charge of, like, lending between countries and everything, but theory is more important than empirics. Well, I mean, these people don't care about either. I don't even know. I don't know where. I mean, more important for what? Like, I would say, like, it's an empirical question. Like, like how much like do tariffs pass through? And I would care more about evidence than just a random chart than I would about like theory. Actually, I think I already have most of these cited. Oh, why doesn't it doesn't copy the, fuck you, Kato. The table doesn't, oh, download? I guess I can download as a, net loss of Jesus. Oh, plus 4 in retaliation. Actually, you know what? I bet this is. I mean, it's the fucking. Everyone cites this study, so it's probably in here. Oh, the guy you were telling me about, Bob Marley. Man, who's in this? I know Justin Pierce and Aaron, that guy. They don't cite him? Damn. Trump announced more sanctions will be put on Russia if they refuse to cut a deal with Ukraine. That makes sense. I don't know why are we lolling at that. That's dumb. Why? You're ready to make up and trade scratchies and guess with Pentuple. Can't wait, man. As the best papers published high-ranking journals. Haven't gotten these papers for it out. I might have them cited. I right now, like most of these come from like the Tax Foundation. Like they have a page that's like summarizing the results of a lot of these studies. So it wouldn't surprise me if I actually do have this cited somewhere, but. Buy imports 51 billion. We embed. Does he say exactly what the pass-through rate is? I remember this study too. I think the Jubilee guy cited this thing at me. I think this is the one that actually found. It wasn't either the one that actually found like the retail products wasn't actually that much, or this was this the one that found it was 92%. Yeah, I think it's the one that found it was 92%. Exchange rate pass-through is 22% within the first 2 months of tariff effect. That is a $20% dollar appreciation when it only raised the dollar price of imports by 4.4%, far less than 18.45% for equivalent size tariff. I think this is China experienced an ex-tariff price decline of 7.6% of the tariff after 1 year. The estimate means that a 20% tariff, for example, would be associated with a 1.5% decline in ex-tariff price and 18.5% increase in the total price paid by the U.S. importer, which is like 92% or whatever. How much stimulation did you get? Wait, does it, if I go there again, will it say my progress? Thanks, Malibu. What's the what's the website? Simulation clicker. Damn it. Fuck. I'm gonna do that the whole debate. They are the most sanctioned. Nothing will compel them to go to. I don't know if Russia's the most sanctioned. Wait, you're saying nothing will compel them to cut a deal? So do you think Russia's just going to continue the war indefinitely? I don't know. I really don't think nothing would compel them to. It is more than. I don't believe that. No shot. Maybe, but no shot. No shot. It's more than Iran and North Korea. Look. Well, send something. What do you mean look? Is there a metric? Is there like an index I can use? Isn't Venezuela the most sanctioned? It would surprise me if Venezuela was the most sanctioned. But they might honestly be more than Russia even. I don't know. Here still buys uranium, titanium, rockets from them. Well, Russia or Venezuela or who? They're number 3. What are you getting that from, Lida? U.S. buys from Russia, those and more. Well, how is Russia the most sanctioned country if we're still buying stuff from them? Doesn't that contradict your point? Because we don't, to my knowledge, we don't buy uranium and stuff from North Korea, despite them. I know North Korea has minerals. So. Hold on, wait. Oh yeah, this would have been useful when I was talking to whoever about the tariffs that Biden removed. Oh yeah, I need to pee. I'll be back. Look at a funny bunny. Aw, cute bunny. Harshest sanction by country says Iran. People, yeah, I mean, I would imagine there's no. I would imagine North Korea or Iran are probably the most. Are we factoring just the U.S. or other countries? I don't know if I don't know. This is Iran. I imagine. Like, to my knowledge, China doesn't really sanction Russia, but I guess China works with North Korea too. But there's probably countries that don't sanction Russia, but that do sanction North Korea, I would imagine. Oh, I do have this guy. How do I pronounce this guy's name? I was gonna call him Pablo. Data methods to estimate trade war effects for 2021. Pablo concludes that U.S. consumers of imported goods have borne the brunt of tariffs through higher prices, and that trade war has lowered aggregate real income in both the U.S. and China, although not by a large magnitude relative to GDP. Oh wait, by the way, do I have? I don't like that background, but. Do you pay attention to the quality of the journal research published in? If I go through studies more, I will. But if I'm just again, this is mostly like from the tax foundation. Their like studies, like I'm basically trusting the tax foundation here that they wouldn't like cite anything like completely, like totally unhinged at least. But yeah. $2018 U.S. raised import tariffs, $51 billion. Aggregate real income loss, so it is 0.4% of GDP. We explore heterogeneity, focus on a complete pass-through, finding a variety level. To do so, we implement. Okay, I don't care about the heterogeneity. Watch the argument about his world economy, and the guy explained how he had to bring a trash bag full of money to the grocery store to buy food. Yeah. I haven't done it yet, but I'll need to find an example. I'm writing a blog post about the balance of payments and like, balance of payments balances, and like the easy, like intuitive way to explain it is like dollars can only be spent in the U.S., right? For the most part, but like the little exception to that I will have to bring up, the easy way to understand is that ownership is what matters. It doesn't actually matter if the dollars come back to the U.S. It still is an outlay on the balance of payments if someone else just owns the dollars. But technically, like in places like Venezuela, there are some people who use the U.S. dollar because their own currency doesn't store much value. So even if there are like, and drug dealers do too in other countries, sometimes will use the US dollar. Not that's, first of all, it doesn't change the principle that the balance of payments balances. US economy is about to get fucked up because of all the tariffs and shit. We'll see. I don't know, I feel like intuitively 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, assuming those stick, and those are on literally everything, and there's retaliatory tariffs from Canada. Like, in my mind, that is probably a recession. Like, in my mind, that's probably a recession. I don't know, maybe not. Like, I read other economists that are like, there are clearly like other policies that like the U.S. has to like distort prices by more than like 20%, right? Like, we're distorting the prices of imports by 20%. Like, that's not like that. And maybe even less than 20% because of exchange rate appreciation, and reducing the pre tax price or whatever. But I don't know. But like 25% on everything. Slashing program that was used to allow the Biden administration to temporarily allow entrance of more than 500,000 migrants fleeing. Blah blah blah. That makes sense. Yeah, he signed a ton of executive orders to overhaul immigration already. I haven't done the full reading on them, so I don't know exactly what the things that were changed, but what did you think he was going to do? Kind of obvious he was going to do this. Ain't gonna lie. Oh fuck. Oops. would have been. I'm never gonna use any of this in a debate ever. Well, I might use like the very base, the like shell of this in a debate, which is that I consider even having this in my opening. I don't know. It's like literally we see this pattern in every country where agricultural employment starts very high and falls while service sector and manufacturing employment grow. Eventually, though, manufacturing employment peaks and never recovers. We see this in every developed country. I mean, to varying extents, obviously, but this general pattern is experienced in every developed country. Even in countries like Korea that have trade surpluses, right? Even in countries that run trade surpluses, they see this same pattern where service employment continually rises, agriculture employment continually falls, and manufacturing employment rises for a little bit, peaks, and then continues to fall. Like we generally see this pattern in basically all the countries. I mean, by the way, part of the finding of this book is that it seems like increasingly the peak in manufacturing employment has fallen. So like countries are, deindustrializing earlier now than they did previously. The manufacturing share of employment doesn't reach as high as it did in developed countries in the past. I didn't get to explain I didn't get to the part where they explain why that is, but do you have thoughts on agricultural econ, like agricultural subsidies, tariffs, etc.? I mean, most agricultural subsidies I think are probably bad. Like, it might make sense to have, like federal crop insurance or whatever to make sure like farmers, if there's a bad harvest, like don't go fucking bankrupt. That might make sense. A lot of subsidies are probably bad, though. The tariffs are almost certainly bad. I guess like you could maybe make an argument like, oh, tariff some goods from non-friendly nations or whatever. So if we go to war, we used to have our own food supply here or whatever. Maybe that makes sense, but I don't know. Oh no, new post pinned.
God! What a fucked up day! God! God!
Oh, kill me. How long till Trump screws up the country? My bet is 2 years max. What does screw up mean? Oh yeah, of course, in agricultural econ, he was shredding subsidies based. I mean, there's also the meme, the very true meme of, European farmers mobilizing for the worst cause you've ever heard of. Like mobilizing the fucking stop aid to Ukraine because they're undercutting them on game or on grain price. It's like dog.
Hey. Whoa.
Hey.
What's up?
Oh, you know. Give me 1 second, I'll be back.
I gotta turn it on here.
Hello. Now it's working.
Yep. What's wrong with her, Maida? What? It's versus me and Econoboi versus Pentuple and this girl.
Everybody ready? All good?
I am, yeah.
Oh, now my camera's not working here.
There we go.
Give me 1 second here. It'll be good.
What's up, gang? We out here on Admiral Gibbs show. Let's go.
What in the hell is happening? There we go.
Sunglasses look so sweet.
You like that? Yeah. Felt like channeling my inner wrestler today.
I was doing that last night.
I know. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it here. Let me just unmute us, and we're good to go. Well. How's everybody doing today? Everybody doing all right?
Yeah.
I just got out of traffic, so I'm seething, but we'll be all right.
That's what I like here. You know, let me just move my camera so you don't see my pile of books I need to reread. All right. Anyway, welcome to Give Me a Break. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing well. It's fucking cold here in Texas, as I'm sure some of my other Texas panelists can attest to. So, you know, we have nothing but to do but be mad about that, I think. And today is a great example. Also, I want to say this is a safe place. There's no wall here. Any DGG refugees, I know there's a lot going on. I will welcome you all with open arms. to the Church of Gibbs. It's wild times over here. I know it's crazy times out there. But we're going to provide you with some content, not drama-related tonight, and talk about real issues. And I'm excited to have a bunch of guests here to do it. Starting with one of my old friends here, Miss Abby. She's here to tell us all about the ERS and why it's good. Take it away. Tell us who you are and where you find you.
I am Abby. You can find me on X at Avers09. I am a corporate executive, so for a large multi-billion-dollar company, and I run a $20 million market for that company. So here in Texas.
Fantastic. Texans, helping Texans. She's helped me out by being here. Moving from one Texan to another Texan. Let's go to Econoboi.
Hey everyone, I'm Econoboi. I think Gibbs and I have appeared on a few panels together. So, you know, if you're interested in my stuff, most of the new content I'm making nowadays is on Substack. So Substack, econoboi.substack.com. I think those are how the domains work. Other than that, I do a podcast called Live and Learn and another podcast called 3-1. So, you know, search those up if you're interested in hearing about politics and policy, respectively.
You're using the wrong mic again, Econoboi.
I was going to say your mic did sound a little strange.
Always accidentally start with the camera mic. All right, 1 second.
Yeah, my camera was doing something weird to start too, but we heard the message at least. So yeah, check him out. He's a big time Live and Learn guy. Real interesting stuff. I hate all of his takes, but he's a fun one to argue with. I love it. Moving on to someone else who I hate all their takes. Non-Fod 420.
Yeah, my name is Klaus Schwab. I have a YouTube channel, Nonfun. I stream on Twitch, Nonfun420, Kick Nonfun420. You can check me out if you want to see me research a bunch of boring stuff and then debate people on it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And finally, we got the head of MAGA headquarters on Twitch. You know,
That's right.
official.
Unofficial head of the unofficial MAGA headquarters over here. I do a lot of streaming on Twitch. That's where you'll find me. I do baseball streams there sometimes with my men's league, and other times politics and just fun stuff. We just hang out, you know. So it's fun.
Hell yeah. So I like to hear. Econoboi, did you get your mic fixed?
Yeah, we should be good to go.
Fantastic. You want to start us off? I feel like you're probably the most experienced one here. You want to give us your take on the ERS, why it's good, why it's bad? What should we do?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the truth is I don't think that the ERS is, and I don't know that I've seen much rhetoric to the effect that the ERS is, like, calamitously bad or it's just the most horrible thing in the world or anything like that. I think mostly what you've seen is comments from people like me that are kind of memeing on the idea of, like, Department of Government Efficiency, and they're starting another redundant government department. From the research that I've done, most countries tend to organize their tariffs and duties under basically some sort of organization that's already in charge of border enforcement and border patrol. That's what America does. That's what Canada does. The UK does. I looked it up, and I mean, certainly there's some enforcement problems with tariffs, but that's true with any form of taxation. I don't know that starting a dedicated agency would really solve a lot of those problems. And if that dedicated agency is just built out with the people with the expertise from the CBP anyway, I just don't really see the logic in it, especially when, generally speaking, this administration, they're trying to get rid of, like, they think the Department of Education, that specialization isn't worth it. We're going to reassign all those duties, but then we're going to start the External Revenue Service. I don't know. It just seems a little bit odd to me, but I'm sure that's amongst the most minor of things that Trump is planning on doing that I'll say, at the very least, it's a little bit odd.
All right, thank you so much. Moving to let's move to you, Pentuple. Give us the MAGA take.
All right, I know you wanted me to come prepared, so I wrote my opening statement on my lunch break today, and I hope you're proud of me.
I'm proud of you. I'm very proud.
Yeah, so forgive me if it's a little reading, but Americans are overtaxed, and clearly our government is over-relying on taxes and the IRS for revenue collection. Foreign countries benefit greatly from accessing our markets, and they would pay tariffs to access these markets. They can try to pass those costs off to consumers, but for products that are made in the U.S., it's more likely they'll have to eat the cost of the tariffs. All of these tariffs will have to be implemented carefully and strategically and individually, which is what the ERS would be for. So I won't play expert here and argue about what individual specific tariffs, but generally speaking, when implemented correctly, these tariffs will be revenue generated from foreign profits being made in our country. There are a lot of variables depending on the product being imported, from whether it's a necessity or a market good or something like AirPods, or what level of volatility people expect in those products. But and probably dozens of other variables related to markets that I just don't know about. But the ERS will allow the government to more effectively and clearly collect tariff revenue, which will alleviate the burden on the taxpayer. It'll also allow for very strategic and intentional moves, making sure that as we transition into a more tariff-based system, we maintain those positive relationships with our allies. Like I said, these tariffs will have to be very carefully and individually implemented, and that's what the ERS would be able to professionally handle. If we have an IRS for internal revenue, I think it only makes sense that as we transition to a system that also relies on external revenue, that we have an ERS. Tariffs are an untapped source of revenue. Even if you think the American government isn't overtaxing the American taxpayer, I think the ERS is a chance at bringing enough change in our system and actually start reversing our national debt and alleviating the burden on the taxpayer.
All right, thank you so much. Non-fun.
Yeah, well, first I'd like to apologize to my mom. She told me to be nicer in debates, and I intend on being anything but, okay? At least one of my opponents here has zero, if not a negative understanding of economics, yet he defends tariffs with a high level of conviction. I intend to showcase his cluelessness, not just the technical economic terms, but even the basic rules of economics in this debate. This lack of understanding is to be expected, however, as anyone who falls for Trump's mercantilist rhetoric is clearly misinformed about the foundation of economics. Both theory and empirical evidence suggest that trade and trade deficits don't decrease net jobs, they don't reduce wages, they lead to increased productivity, and conversely, theory and evidence both demonstrate that tariffs increase prices, they decrease productivity, they decrease net jobs, and often fail to accomplish even their misguided goals to reduce a trade deficit or bring manufacturing back. Tariffs are not a particularly efficient way to raise revenue. Whatever problems we might have with the income tax, it at least does not invite foreign nations to retaliate upon us. If we are to discuss the use of tariffs as a negotiation tool to make other countries lower their trade barriers, it should be noted that these temporary tariffs cannot be used as a source of long-term revenue that finances these other tax cuts. Tariffs that raise revenue also are ineffective at bringing manufacturing back, as the more consumers respond to price increases by purchasing domestic products, the less consumers spend on the tariffed foreign goods that bring in the revenue. Second, I would like the concession that free trade is an overall good, and then we can discuss the best ways to get there. I'm not inclined to think that Trump actually wants to use them just as a negotiation tool, however, since he constantly rants that trade deficits are subsidies and claims that foreign countries pay tariffs, whilst naming the agency that collects them the External Revenue Service. Theory and evidence are definitively on our side, and the only way at least one of my opponents sees otherwise is through invincible ignorance. That's why I'm comfortable predicting Pentuple, and likely my other opponent, will not seriously engage with any of the empirical evidence of theory, nor will they be able to demonstrate that these tariffs actually provide a net benefit, and instead will just hyper-focus on some localized losses, whilst making statements that sound absurd to anyone with even a basic high school level knowledge of economics. Who knows, maybe Pentuple will even start muting me and calling me a kid on Google again, despite the fact that I've streamed all my research and my notes are publicly available. Doing so would demonstrate the lack of maturity and knowledge required to defend his position.
All right, well, that was the nice take of the night so far. All right, Abby, follow that one up.
Well, had I realized coming into this that we were going to be writing our statements with ChatGPT, I would have done that, but I didn't get that hint. So instead, I'm going to go in and go after a couple things that you said there. And you're talking about tariffs and tariffs and tariffs. I was also under the understanding that this was going to be for the External Revenue Service, not tariffs specifically, but why we need the ERS to get those tariffs. So I think you kind of went out in left field, but if we bring it back to the ERS in general, the main problem that people are commenting on with the ERS is it's redundant. It's redundant, we don't need it, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's because they don't typically understand where it comes from. It looks like you guys all have an understanding. It's Customs and Border Patrol. And with the fact that they're going to be incredibly busy deporting millions of people over the next couple years, I think it's imperative that we do have an External Revenue Service with the ultimate goal of getting rid of the IRS in general and not taxing the American people. If you think about why America was founded to begin with, I mean, you go all the way back to the Boston Tea Party. They didn't want to be taxed without representation, and then it was going to be no tax. And it was no tax up until about World War I. And then all of a sudden, income tax comes in, and it's only going to be for the top 3%. It's now for everybody, up to 40% in some cases, and it's ridiculous. We should have other countries paying for those things. It also increases the chance of those companies deciding to just build the product in America, go back to manufacturing things here, as we should, especially as robots and technology come further into the future. We should bring those manufacturing jobs back while we can to produce it faster, especially with the plans to deregulate.
All right, fantastic. Sicko, boys and girls.
Okay, well, I mean, the reason I'm bringing up... The reason I'm bringing up tariffs is because the entire point of the ERS is to implement tariffs, and I think tariffs are a bad way of raising revenue. And I would also ask you, you do recognize that there's a direct trade-off between the number of manufacturing jobs we bring back with tariffs, right, and the amount of revenue tariffs raise, right?
Well, but if you get rid of IRS, also that's another stream of revenue that the American people will have. So it may raise prices just a little bit. It may bring back all these jobs, but it's better for us to have the jobs here. We may have to pay more for items. We're already paying more for items without getting the jobs. So we might as well, if we're going to pay more for items anyways, and we're going to have this indefinite increase in prices, which bringing energy back, you can argue that those prices are going to go down. It will all eventually even out. I don't see the issue.
So, I mean, first of all, we're already energy independent. And before I respond to, the jobs, having jobs here argument, you do recognize the more that consumers respond to the price increase, right, by buying domestic goods that make these jobs here, the less we bring in revenue. You do recognize there's a direct trade-off there, right? You have to recognize that.
All of these things
Wait,
you're talking
don't
about.
bail her out, Pentuple. Don't bail her out, Pentuple. Don't bail her out. No, shut up. Don't bail her out. I need her to answer that.
No, this is exactly where we knew you would go, because you want to go into specific and try to get gotchas on numbers. This is what the ERS would have professionals handling and figuring out. How much can this tariff be? What products need to be tariffed? Which products are we producing in America that we need to help out these businesses? These aren't just blanket ideas that Twitch streamers are going to throw out. These are going to be professionals who are handling this. So you can dive into this all you want. Nobody's going to want to deal with or engage with it.
Okay, first of all, no, you don't give a... Okay, let Econoboi, sure.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump is... I don't think that the 25% number or the 20% number or the 100% number or the 10% number, I don't know that Trump is engaging in a lot of professional technical discourse when he's throwing out the amounts that we should tariff certain products. I mean, look at...
We're getting to see, that's the public watching, right? Do you think he's doing the same thing when he's with advisors and teams who are deciding?
I don't think Trump has a sophisticated understanding of literally almost anything that he talks about. Just to answer your question, no, I don't think that. Sorry, say that again. Do I think Trump is dumb
and doesn't know how to do this? Because I
think Trump is dumb and does not know how to do this.
Okay, well, fortunately, that's what the ERS would be formed to do. It's not. We wouldn't be asking.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that the ERS is not staffed with professionals. Like the CBP, I'm sure there's many professional economists who, I guess I don't know if there's economists, but I assume there's many professionals who understand tariff policy quite well that work at the CBP, but that's kind of my whole point about the ERS and the implementation of the ERS, right? Is that we've already got these people who seem to have an expertise at collecting tariff revenue to
move them from that. It could probably be the same people in the same departments. We just restructure it, right? I don't know how the government does this.
What's the benefit of that?
If you're saying we have offices that already handle this, they would probably just become the ERS, right?
Well, right, but if we're just saying
handle it, or the Customs Department anyway, it's Customs and Border Patrol. So shouldn't Customs and Border Patrol, if they can really focus on Border Patrol, which clearly we need to do, that would be better anyway.
Abby made the point.
Making the name of the agency. It doesn't matter. If we get what we're looking to do isn't going to depend on what the name of the agency is. But I do think that forming the ERS allows us to have a team where it's this team is focused on accessing that untapped revenue in foreign profits being made in our markets, because that's all we're talking about. Accessing that revenue will help alleviate the burden on the taxpayer. That is, I think, undeniably very large.
What were you going to say, Econoboi? Then I'll go to you, not fun.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that the fundamental argument is basically just hey, we're just going to put these people in a different building and call it the ERS building. I mean, again, I don't think, and I said in my opening, I don't think that that's the most offensive idea, but I think that the issue is that the framing of this is that, number one, it's some sort of particularly good idea to do. And number two, again, I just do think that it's funny that, okay, well, we don't actually need specialized people in the federal government, particularly focused on education, right? We can just completely get rid of the education department. That's not a specialized form of knowledge that we need compartmentally in our system, but we do need this for tariff, right? This
is a revenue collection.
We've had
a much different function than.
So we actually have a whole agency in charge of revenue collection. I mean, it would make more sense if Trump said, "Hey, now the IRS is in charge of this. They're going to handle this too. These are tax professionals." Even that would make more sense.
I'm going to give it to Nonfog. I'm going to let Nonfog go here, but I want to ask a question to my conservatives. Y'all can think about while he responds. I'm a conservative, right? And I think something that Abby said earlier appeals to me, right? I like the idea of no IRS, right? No taxes sounds great, and maybe getting all our revenue from the ERS. However, if we're in a situation, I'm a little bit fearful, right? Because I see a situation where we never get rid of the IRS, and now we have the IRS and the ERS. Is this like a concern that y'all consider about, like more governmental power? That's all I just want y'all to ponder. Non-fun, go ahead, and one of y'all two can take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just obviously absurd that we're going to get all of our revenue from the ERS. I mean, first of all, again, I don't think even if we could do that, I don't think that's a good idea. But B, like the income tax raises like $2 trillion a year. You're going to raise, even with 20% universal tariffs, you're going to raise at most like $600 billion. Like you're not even going to be able to supplement the income tax.
All right.
I'm personally more of a fan of the idea of doing a federal sales tax. And that way, all of the illegal immigrants that the Democrats have brought in can pay their fair share in taxes too when they purchase products. So I'm thinking that's kind of the future and where that should go. But that's just my personal opinion on fixing that issue you're talking about.
Pentuple.
I don't think we have to ultimately replace the IRS with the ERS. I think they could serve two distinct functions, but they probably could be the IERS. I just thought of that like 5 minutes ago. But ultimately, I do think that the idea of transitioning from our government's going to rely on and just dip into the taxpayers' money as opposed to just like this pretty pool of money over here, this untapped revenue in foreign profits being made in our markets. I just think that transitioning in that direction is one of the ways that we alleviate the tax burden, one of the ways that we catch up on our revenue.
If we want to kind of change the topic from like the functionings of the ERS specifically and just talk about, okay, like the efficacy of different forms of taxation. Look, if what you're saying is actually your priority, right? Like, okay, Pentuple, like, hey, we want to take money from these like foreign corporations and we want to distribute it to our own citizens. We already know for a fact there's a billion% better way to do that. In Norway,
what's the better way?
DBCFT,
in Norway, they have
baby.
something called DBCFT is one way, but in Norway they have something called a sovereign wealth fund, right? Where they basically, take a bunch of sort of domestic resource rent, and then they use that money to buy a bunch of foreign equities and corporations. And so now you don't have a compliance problem at all, right? Foreign companies will willingly give you part of their profit share because you own part of their company. And using this method, right, which is not distortionary, which doesn't affect the domestic economy, which, gives literally,
hold on.
thousands.
Can you just clarify this? Yeah, sure. I'd like to clarify because you seem to be more in depth in knowledge of what Denmark or wherever does the sovereign wealth fund. I'm under the assumption they naturalize this natural industry. Is that correct?
Norway they have a national oil company, but they also have a series of taxes in order to scrape off the top of essentially their resource wealth as well. Yeah. Okay. And look, I mean, I think that, and this is one of the reasons why I say this is dumb policy from the Trump administration is because, look, I don't think that's unreasonable logic. Hey, the United States is such an influential company or such an influential country. Shouldn't the United States have a piece of sort of international trade and international transactions in general? It's like that fundamental logic. I don't have a huge problem with that logic. But tariffs and the ERS are just like the worst, most evidentially sort of void ways to actually accomplish that. And the last thing that I was going to say, not a problem, but before Gibbs asked me a question, was that Norway, through doing this, within one generation, now has an amount of corporate capital income from foreign corporations that equals about a third of their government spending. In America, that would be the equivalent of about $2 trillion. And again, that doesn't destroy the economy. It doesn't lead to huge allocative inefficiency problems like tariffs do. But the reason why I say Trump is stupid and doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about is because he's never suggested that. He's never come close to suggesting anything so coherent. He's reliant on a tax policy of basically the early 1900s. There's a reason we moved away from that tax policy. It just simply isn't optimal. It's not the best way to do things.
So let me just ask this to y'all then. All right, so I think you kind of clarified. You just think that you're not necessarily inherently opposed, Econoboi, to the idea of like tariffs and the External Revenue Service, like in and of itself. Like you just think that's a way less efficient way compared to
every tax has its advantages and disadvantages. Tariffs are just a particularly terrible, awful, no good form of taxation.
All right. So, like, I know that non-fawn is very, very much against tariffs as a whole, right? So I'm gonna let him like maybe give a spiel, and then I know y'all. Then I'll let the righties go, and y'all can respond to everything. Y'all just heard both at once because I feel it's easier that way. So go ahead, non-fawn.
What do you want me to spiel about? I mean, I don't like
whatever you got.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like, again, whatever problems we have with domestic tax policy, tariffs are especially bad because they invite foreign retaliation. They lead to retaliatory tariffs on us that like hurt us. They're also, I mean, there are other issues. Obviously, they're regressive, they're distortionary. I don't believe that they have the impact. I don't believe that they increase net jobs like I believe, like presumably these people do. So there's all of that, and I don't think it's good to have an agency specifically just to put in like the worst form of taxation. Like,
Okay, conservatives, my fellow conservatives, y'all have responses to these things?
I don't know. I'm not really sold that tariffs don't work. We've been using tariffs, and we have tariffs right now.
Okay.
They're accessing our markets.
Wait, Pentuple, here's a question. Do you have any study, a single study published in a peer-reviewed journal that suggests that tariffs lead to a net job increase?
No.
No, so you don't know that at all.
Well, so let me.
He needs you to look it up right now. So go to Google right now and go find a source.
So look, all right, I'll play a little devil's advocate for you for a second here. I'll save somebody.
You keep making points. Non-fawn there, real quick. Sorry, Gibbs, but you're making points about like, if the tax is if the tariff's too high. Like, these are things that are true if the tariffs aren't implemented correctly. Like we've been saying, you can't just blindly implement these tariffs.
What's a correctly
you can improve American manufacturing if you drive the market to purchase American products. I don't know why that doesn't just make sense. Like you increase the cost of the foreign good, giving a market advantage to the American-made good. More people buy the American-made good, creating more demand for that good, increasing the manufacturing for that good. Why doesn't that make sense? I'm not an economist, so that's why I'm Econoboi to help maybe explain this to someone who's just not an economist. But I would like Econoboi to answer. I really don't care what you think about anything non-fawn.
Oh, okay. I have the answer, but okay.
I mean, look, obviously, I'm not going to say anything substantially differently than what non-fawn is going to say. I mean, look, the reason this is, I released an article today that speaks to some of this frustration.
Well, what was wrong? Where did it break down with what I said? Like, you give a market advantage to the American manufactured good because the tariff doesn't apply to them, right?
Yeah, so
they try to pass off the cost to the customer, or they have to eat it to continue competing in that market. Where am I getting this chain of events wrong? Just generally speaking.
If they pass on the cost to the customer, then I don't know we can really say that the American consumer is like saving money or not paying taxation
against the American product if they try to pass it off to the American consumer.
I don't think non-fawn or
and the American manufactured one is not, right?
I don't think non-fawn or I would argue that tariffs are a bad way to establish autarky, right? If you want just a completely trade independent economy, then putting tariffs at 1,000% on everything is a great way to do that.
In place that would disadvantage or harm these countries we're doing trade with. Like I said, we have to maintain these positive trade relations, but we absolutely can say, hey, you need to pay a little bit when you're making this much money out of our markets. So when this much money is leaving our market on this product that you're selling, and you're cutting off on American manufacturing. I mean, these things just seem obvious to me, but I want you to explain economically, where is that breaking down?
So it's breaking down because it doesn't really have the distributional effects or the spillover effects that you think it does, right? So number one, it is true that if you tariff certain goods, the people within domestic industries who produce those goods are advantaged by that. The capitalists in the foreign countries are disadvantaged and the capitalists in the domestic country are advantaged. But all of these other spillover effects that we might expect, it raises wages and it reinvigorates American manufacturing, those are not really well bore out, especially when we start to think about the actual spillover effects, which is basically people just pay a lot more for basic goods and services that they otherwise wouldn't pay for, right? Or they would pay a lot lower rate at the very least, right? That's what you end up having. You make people a lot poorer. Whereas what I'm talking about and the alternative that I've proposed doesn't make people poorer at all, right? We end up basically making people significantly wealthier without any of these distortionary effects. And it's just smarter, better policy. Again, I know it was a little bit shocking for you when I said Trump is a complete idiot that doesn't understand what he's talking about. But the reason why I said that was because, again, Trump does not think thoughts like this. he doesn't consider things like this.
I mean,
right?
you can
there's-
say
Wait,
that,
okay,
but no
real
one you
quick.
can't possibly.
Real quick, I just
How am I
wanna
supposed to
spell out-
believe you?
That's what I had a
Hold on,
comment
let's
on
wait,
specifically.
real-
That's specifically
Why
what
do
I
you
had a
say
comment
things like
on, and I
that?
don't
Hold on,
I explained why I think
entirely
Trump is stupid.
disagree with the way you view that, just based on I see how you can see that, right? But you also have to understand that Trump for a very, very long time has played a character, and he continues to play that character to his advantage almost every day, and every time he's in front of that camera, and sometimes it works for him and a lot of times it doesn't, because he says dumb stuff and he gets in trouble for it, right? And sometimes he talks about things he doesn't know exactly what he's
Can
talking
I
about.
ask a question? Can I
He
ask
knows
a question?
piece of what he's talking about.
Do
Wait,
you
I
think,
need to-
Do you think
okay.
that when Trump, you cannot possibly believe that when Trump acts like a complete bumbling moron, that is, you think that's actually just an act? You think actually
not
he's
always.
a genius? He's playing a
always, no.
character? Okay.
No,
I
but I think he
I really
leans
appreciate
into
that
it.
you said that.
Look, I
Yeah.
think he leans into it, and I think he leans into it intentionally because he has that tendency to stumble, fumble, say things that don't come out right. So I think he's leaned entirely into that character, and it works for him. And I think he's now using that character when it comes to tariffs, because he's throwing out tariffs as a threat to millions of people using social media. He's literally trolling foreign countries so that they don't know kind of what they're getting. He's got this reputation for being volatile. He's got this reputation for he's just going to do all of this stuff. And I think there is a combination of, yes, tariffs work, but we need the professionals to take care of that, the people who do know stuff about it. Does Trump know any and everything about tariffs? Absolutely not. Does he know as much as you do about tariffs? Probably not. He's a real estate guy.
Okay, wait, real quick. Can
Sure, not, Bob. Then I would have moved it somewhere. But go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Just real quick. I need to respond to Pentuple. Okay. There are very clear mechanisms by which tariffs would actually hurt manufacturing in aggregate, even if you help some specific businesses within manufacturing. So, for example, you appreciate exchange rates. Tariffs typically lead to the price of the dollar in foreign markets increasing. Who do you think that hurts? That hurts American exporters who sell their products overseas. A lot of manufacturing companies export products. There was a study done on this.
You should work for the
no
ERS.
studies. You have nothing to back this up. It's just complete conjecture. Oh, I think tariffs work because I feel like it. You have nothing to back it up. There is a study that actually
No, I
estimates
still haven't really understood why the price going up doesn't decrease the demand for that product. Isn't that like a common
I'm
baseline
telling you
of
why,
economic
even if that
understanding?
happens, you
That,
can
like,
still
the price
hurt
of something goes
manufacturing
up,
in
the demand
aggregate.
goes down.
So this
You
is
can
what
still
I'm
wait.
saying.
Just
the
real quick.
relative
Okay,
demand in the market.
so you lead to exchange rate appreciation,
Dude,
and also
I don't.
you
What
tariff
are you even
intermediate
saying this
goods.
whole time?
Hold on,
You speak
hold
like
on.
a million words a minute, and nothing you've
Let me
said
just-
makes any
let me
sense.
just- let me
I just
just-
want to listen to Econoboi.
Let me just move this a little bit here, right? All right. So, I also agree that Trump leans into the character. I don't know how much is real, how much is not, but you know, whether I look at this last election, he reminds me of a guy you talk to at the bar about politics, right? Like it's like you can imagine him, and that gets people elected for good or bad thing. But that being said, I think he's very effective at hiring people around him, and at least in his real world, to get stuff done. Sometimes, most of the time, effectively. You know, sometimes he's got some big losses, but whatever. That being said, though, I kind of want to come back to something you said, Econoboi. Whenever you brought up Norway and how they do the nationalization of their things and how they have sovereign wealth fund. Even if we look at that, I would say, like, look at the United States, right? I don't know that we can comparably compare. It's a fair comparison to compare us to, like, a homogeneous, what's the word I'm looking for? Where they're all one race in their place, they're all from one background, they have very little immigration there, they have, like, special, like, qualities, and there's maybe, like, 60 million people of them total, when we're, like, 3-4 times that big. I don't know how many people live in Norway, right? It's a small country, comparatively. Do you think, like, in this situation, that's a fair comparison? Because it doesn't seem to me to be a fair comparison. Like, expect the same revenue kind of like share system to work for what we got going on over here with all the other mitigating factors. Like, do you think the political situation plays a role in this, or like, what's your thoughts here?
So I don't think that the American mind is incapable of implementing a Norwegian-like system of resource management. We have to think about mechanically what they do, right? So we hear this argument a lot. Oh, that's a small country. We just can't do what they do. And this argument it just doesn't make sense, right? Like, at any stage, it just doesn't make sense. Number one, there's economies of scale to things. Typically, centralization and scale of centralization for governments would lead to a more efficient ability to do things, not less. Forget about that, even if you don't buy that, and it's like, it's hard to do these things. America has a lot of resource wealth. The taxes and the duties that would be imposed on resource producers would be taxing economic rents, and that's obviously there's some economic jargon going on here, but basically that's a tax on unproductive activity, so you're not affecting production. There's nothing actually distortionary about these various forms of taxation. And with regards to like forming a state-owned enterprise, some people will make, the United States couldn't form a state-owned enterprise. This isn't a complicated process, right? The United States, if they wanted to form a state-owned oil company, now I'm not saying that the United States should necessarily do exactly what Norway does, but there are various ways to socialize resource rents. And if the U.S. wanted to form a state-owned oil company, they could raise the money with, either seigniorage, or they could raise tax revenue, or, however they wanted to do it, frankly. I mean, the United States have various mechanisms by which they can raise a ton of money, clearly. And they could buy out the stock of a currently existing oil company, just like any other private investor could do. And then that oil company becomes the American oil company, and it just runs literally completely the same. The only difference is that the equity is owned by the government.
Is doing that mutually exclusive with implementing tariffs? Like we could, because I don't think tariffs single-handedly save our country from $40 trillion of debt, but I do think it's going to get us moving in the right direction. And when you talk about like retaliatory tariffs, we don't sell cars. I just Googled this. We have tariffs on our cars that are sold in Europe, and in Europe we don't see a lot of Chevys and Fords and stuff like that. So like, should we implement those retaliatory tariffs if you think that other countries will apply them to us?
Pentuple. So the argument is not okay. Nanfan and I are not making the argument that tariffs don't reduce demand for foreign goods. They obviously do. The question is whether or not that's desirable. Okay, so let's just use a basic example. Okay, let's say that China just makes better shit. Let's just say that that's true. Maybe they do. I'm assuming that there are some things that Chinese manufacturers make that are better than what Americans can make. Just like how I would assume that we shouldn't do all of our business out of the state of Texas. I'm sure that people in Oregon, Washington, California. Well, look, most of our business, but not all of it, right? I mean, like, just geographically, because of specialization in industry, cultural reasons, because of what they might have been raised in and the desires that they have. There are reasons that people in other places make better things than people in current places that you might live, right? And so there's a reason why we wouldn't necessarily want to say, hey, this good comes from China, why don't we just make it here? Well, the answer is because we just might not be able to make it as well as they do because they have a specialization that we don't.
So studying. Let me move this a little bit.
That's what the role would be.
I think this is so. I think we're also not focusing on the political aspect, like the diplomatic aspect of this, as much as I think we should personally. Mm-hmm. And so I guess I'm going to move it there a little bit. Not fun here. I know he hates tariffs. And he's basically you argued you're a globalist before. I'll let him correct me or whatever. He thinks global trade's good. Yada yada. Now, from a conservative standpoint, I see something like what's happening with Panama as atrocious, where they're getting, I don't know, 60-70% of their revenue from what I think was a terrible trade deal back with when they took the canal back under Carter. I'm not a fan. I looked it up. They're getting like $55,000 a ton. That's on some of these ships. That's outrageous considering we make up like 70% of their trade. What do you say to people that are saying that ERS is a signal to these countries that hey, we're not playing around. We're going to implement things to benefit us diplomatically. This is a threat. It's not just an economic tool. Do you think that's a viable thing, or is that going to crash the economy? We'll start with Abby here. Go ahead.
I think that's a part of it. I think what everyone wants to do is they want to always pick out one thing and say this is the thing, and it's going to be the thing that kills all of us, or makes us all broke, or ruins the country, or tanks the country. Or they pick out this one thing and say, okay, because of this one thing, the whole thing is trash. Throwing out the baby with the bathwater. But what good negotiation is, and that is one thing Donald Trump is very good at, is negotiating. And I think that's the largest piece of what the tariffs actually are. Now, are there going to be tariffs implemented? Absolutely. He did it the last time he was president. We can guarantee that will happen. But is it going to be like 150% tariffs like he will sometimes say? No, right? But you can imagine him just mentioning tariffing Canada and Mexico made Justin Trudeau pinch his butt cheeks so hard he jumped on the first flight he could to Mar-a-Lago to go grovel and ended up becoming the governor of the 51st state. So it was like a laughing stock, and that's my whole point of he trolls specifically to get what he wants. And that's a large part of what's going on with his tariff rhetoric.
But that's clearly not actually what's going on at all, in part because you guys started this debate not by saying that tariffs are important for geostrategic reasons. Again, Nonfon and I don't know about Nonfon, but we'd probably agree that there are instances where, for moral reasons, for geostrategic reasons, that you'd want to selectively institute tariffs. But that's literally not at all what Trump has been talking about. He's been talking about what you guys have been talking about, which is replacing huge parts of the tax code with tariffs, right? That's not strategic.
Yeah, again, you can't simultaneously say these are only going to be
an agency that handles it instead. And like, instead of having Trump like executive deal with these tariffs, wouldn't you like to have an agency with professionals actually dealing with it?
Pentuple, you're moving all over the place. We've moved beyond the ERS. We're talking about.
I'm the only one who's staying on the ERS the whole time.
Well, we literally like specifically moved off of the ERS. So that's clearly not.
We don't need to talk about Donald Trump. That's boring, right?
Well,
These been in your head rent free, or is that over yet?
Well, just to be clear, you said, I mean, you did admit that you're not prepared to have this conversation about, I haven't looked it up, I don't know much, it just seems like it makes sense. Like, okay, that's fair enough. But
specific tariff. I don't think anyone in this channel is going to be in that position. No offense. Like, it's just none of us are global economic experts that can tell you the downwind and downfalls of every single tariff that we could possibly implement. These are going to be things that are studied, and there's going to be like memorandums written detailing every single possible consequence of this level tariff.
Pentuple, these things have already been studied. The professionals who have studied this, you reject. You don't read them. You haven't read them. You have no plans to read them. So shut the fuck up, Pentuple. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just admit it.
Forming the ERS. We don't even need. Like, what do you want? We don't even need to hear what you have to say. It's like a charity to listen to you anyway. We're forming the ERS.
I agree.
Like, you guys are like contradicting yourself. All you guys earlier were like. All you guys earlier were like.
All right, hold on. All right,
all you guys are. Yeah, just real quick. All you guys earlier said. We're going to use the ERS to start moving away from the IRS. We're going to use the ERS to
that was one proposal. I don't
know. But now everyone is saying like these are actually just bluffs to get countries to negotiate. Like any tariff that uses in the.
That's not what I said. I actually said it's a piece.
You said tariff uses Trump uses extreme rhetoric,
right? Didn't I say it's a piece of it?
Yeah, you can use tariffs to.
See, that's my whole point of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You're trying to be like, no, it's completely this. No, that's a piece. Well,
you understand there is going to be a trade-off between how long a tariff is in place, like if it's used as a negotiating tool, and how much revenue that tariff raises, right?
This is we keep saying the same thing. It's like things that like the professionals would figure out. We're not saying to implement it. We're not debating, hey, we should just blindly implement a 25% tariff on all goods. That's not what we're
That's what Trump is saying.
Let me hold on. Let me take over here. Hold on.
We can this revenue
you're breaking up.
Foreign profits being made in our markets. It's that simple. Like, you can dive into the randoms all you want, but that's not like what we're here to debate. Right, nobody's here to debate that. You don't know what you're talking about either. None of you guys know what you're talking about either. You don't know the downfalls of every single different level of. These are things that there will be memorandums that are like 20 pages written by the ERS agents, and you'll get to see them one day. Because guess what? We live in my timeline now, bitch.
He threw it over. Gibbs. He threw out. He's like, oh, what's a long unreadable report? Oh, 20 pages. That's an inconsumable length of a report.
Tariff?
Yeah, I would think that'd probably cover a good bit of it. For one tariff?
So one thing. Hold on. I'm taking over, guys. Stop.
Make it 100 pages. Send the interns back to make it 130.
How many pages do you think I've read?
Hold on. Stop. Thank you. One, Pentuple. You got like it's an echo. I think it's coming through, and maybe your mic's gain is too high, and it's catching your headset, and that's why I think you're cutting out.
Might be the case.
Yeah, I think so. Say something while I'm talking. Like hello.
We won, and we're getting ERS anyway.
Yeah, cool. I think it's fixed. All right. Yeah. So let me just. Holy shit. Guys, all right.
The best part is we can all reconvene in a year after the ERS has been formed and taxes are down because we're now paying.
To be clear, you would never accept. You don't.
Thank you. We'll come back to that. I know y'all want to go at each other again in a second, but I'm running the show. I want to go somewhere else with this real quick. Just for funsies, humor me, please. All right, so Abby brought this up, and I think y'all kind of talked about it, and then y'all glossed over it, and it's really where I wanted to go. And so thank you, Abby, for picking this up. She brought this up in her opening, or I don't know if it was an opening, but earlier, about Trump being volatile, right? The people not knowing what today. And y'all have called it a bluff. I took umbrage with this recently. Where I said it's not a bluff. I think that he's willing to do what it takes, right? And that's kind of where these countries are like, they don't know what he's willing to do. And it's usually as a negotiating tool to get him by the balls. Like, I envisioned a scenario yesterday on a panel where basically he threatened Mexico with a tariff. And I think in this case, the ERS would be the agency that would go and try to collect this, right? And then basically, because he threatened them, they agreed to remain in Mexico. Would you not agree that this is worth having as an effective negotiation tool if the goal is not always the monetary gain or the economic gain non-font, or are you just that focused on the economic gain? What is?
I mean, I would like the concession. I would like the concession that one, we should want free trade, and this is just a way to get to free trade or a way to get countries to negotiate with us. And two,
countries are taking advantage.
I think if there was a mythical global alliance and everyone came together in the whole world and held hands and sang Kumbaya and decided, yes, tariffs are bad, then yes, I'll give you that.
So, Econoboi, did you happen to catch what I said? I don't know if you said it with you.
No, I wanted to take a little bit of break. My wife made some soup and I wanted to taste it.
Hey, there you go. Gotta get the soup. So here's the question. Here's the question I'm posing.
Vegetable beef, classic.
Hey, there you go. That's good stuff. Especially this cold weather, crock-pot meal is the way to go. I'll be honest. Big fan. I will say, yeah, it's cold for Texas. All right, we don't get cold often. I will say this though. So I was saying earlier, I proposed on other panels that the ERS would basically be an enforcement agency to enact diplomatic will. The goal might not necessarily be economic. Say, for example, Mexico, he threatened them with the tariff. The ERS would be, in theory, would be the ones that were going to go enforce this. Now we got remain in Mexico, so we made other goals. Do you not see the ERS as a potential tool to be used diplomatically? Or are you so worried that the economic negatives are going to be really just soul-crushing to where it's not even a viable tool?
I mean, it really just depends. I think it really just depends on the entity. I mean, I think that when you're talking about China specifically, I mean, I think there's probably an upper limit on how much you would even functionally be able to tariff China, unless you really just had the view that we just shouldn't trade with China and that shouldn't be a thing. I mean, that would be a very difficult thing, I think, for the U.S. economy to kind of absorb overnight. It would just be really hard. Now, insofar as the first thing that you said, okay, well. And there's been some various statements to this effect as well. Okay, well, what about the specialized expertise, concentrating all of that in one place? I mean, I mean, the Federal Reserve, for instance, they have all these different regional banks, and these regional banks have different expertises. For instance, the Reserve Bank in Dallas, in our neck of the woods, they specialize in U.S.-Mexican economic relations, right? It's okay, well, if we really wanted to understand what the impact of tariffs on Mexico would be, it just seems like we've already got a group of people who are perfectly fitted to answer that question, right? I just don't know, on the question of the ERS, I just don't know the utility basically of having an external revenue service such that Trump has proposed. Now, to be fair, again, I mean, all that Trump has said in his executive order is that the ERS should be looked into. It was hey, these various departments will look into establishing an external revenue service. So we don't ultimately know what form this will take. But just on its face, a government agency in charge of basically specifically collecting revenues and tariff policy, I just feel like we've got a lot of other people that are already positioned to handle this. So,
and I'll say, in that regard, I'm gonna just liken it to being doing stuff at work, right? If I need a project done, so say I need to reset an entire store, I could have the staff in that store do it. The people that are there, open to close, they're boots on the ground, they're the salespeople, they're capable, they know how to do it, they could do it, but they have a lot of other things also to do, right? They also need to service customers and whatnot. Or I can call people from my marketing department and my merch department and bring them into the store and say, hey, you guys specialize in this, reset this store. And I think that's kind of the point, is could we have the people do it? Yes, it might be fine. It might just be absolutely fine, even though we're planning on doing more tariffs and increasing all of that, therefore maybe increasing that workload. it's almost always better to compartmentalize it and make it really small and really efficient, and that's what I believe would happen if they did create the ERS, because he's all talking about efficiency and downsizing pretty much every department and getting rid of some of them entirely. But a much smaller, more efficient, hardworking government and hardworking departments in each individual area, I think, would be a better thing. Less mishaps, less money going missing, less accidentally losing billions of dollars or accidentally sending billions of dollars to, terrorist organizations. So I think it's definitely better to compartmentalize and get those specialists, like you said, if they're specialists here, pull them and put them all together in one very small, very efficient area. They can get these policies together. They can figure out what's the best tariff, what's going to bankrupt it and make it not worth it. Where's that limit? If we go over this amount, we're not going to be able to sustain this. It's going to, it's not going to have the effect we want, yada, 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 for each individual industry. And then also collecting on them and making sure that people do pay their fair share. Because as we know, countries everywhere talk about, I'm going to pay this, I'm going to pay that, and then they just don't pay it. So that's another part of like the whole UN thing, the United Nations. It was like all these countries saying, yeah, I'm supposed to pay this much, and they're just not paying it, and no one's enforcing it.
Let me
go
to you, Don Font. I just want to ask you a quick question, then you can answer this with this. All right, so in regards to this, like, I know you're pretty avid for the free trade globally in general. Do you, I guess in your response to like whatever you're about to respond to, and to me, can you tell me like why you don't think that, like, do you believe countries can be adversarial, and if they're using at least like their own bad tactics against us, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just let them do this and try to like hope the free trade wins out? Or are we supposed to fight back? Like, because trade wars do happen. Like, I mean, you can argue whether they're good or bad, or et cetera, et cetera. And I think they do happen. Do you, like, what do you think our weapon should be if not this? And then go ahead and respond whatever you want to go to as well.
Yeah, so I mean, well, just firstly, again, like, the big issue is not with like taking people in other departments and moving them to a new building with ERS on it. Like, my big issue is that we're creating an agency just to implement like the worst form of like taxation. When it comes to like trade wars, I mean, my case is essentially a unilateral case. Like, there's a quote from some economist, putting tariffs up on countries that tariff you is equivalent to like dumping rocks in your harbors because other countries have rocky ports. The majority of the harm done with tariffs is on the country's own citizens. They decrease productivity, they decrease jobs, they increase prices, they do all these bad things. It doesn't seem like they even have a great history when it comes to like negotiating with other countries. Like, to my knowledge, no country reduced tariffs after Trump put his tariffs up. When we had a lot of countries like China and Turkey put their own retaliatory tariffs up that hurt U.S. farmers. There might be some case to be made for some type of currency intervention, because if China does like manipulate their currency, maybe we should do some type of sterilized intervention to make make China's currency the value what it should be relative to the dollar. But the case for free trade is unilateral. I don't think it's a net benefit to impose tariffs on us just because other countries are imposing tariffs on us. And by the way, these people, the ERS, all these professionals at the ERS could write a study. They would reject it because they reject the studies we already have. As if it doesn't align with their conclusions, they would reject it.
Let me ask you this, and then I'm gonna turn it over to somebody else. But let me ask you this follow up here, though. I see this a lot, right, from people in my circle, right? And the expression "there's good liars, bad liars," and statistics comes up a lot, right? And I think there's a universal. I don't know about universal, maybe that's not the right word, but there's a very large movement that wants to reject like the current academia, and because it seems like academia has given in to I don't know, let's just, for lack of a better way to put this, leftist ideology. Do you like, how do you sell that to somebody say, hey, these studies indicate this, when it seems much more like, to like a lot of these people, much more like Pentuple's been proposing, that it's not that complicated. It's much more simple, and y'all aren't debunking this. How do you sell that to somebody?
Well, I mean, the issue is, like, Pentuple literally doesn't understand enough about economics to understand any of these studies, and the fact that economists address the concerns, the very concerns that he's talking about.
So how do you respond to that question?
Pentuple, you said you didn't want to engage with me, you wanted to engage with Econoboi, and Econoboi did reply to you.
You're saying things that are wrong because you're using absolute words, too. I mean, you completely said something untrue. You literally just said that there is zero evidence that threatening tariffs on another country will keep that country from imposing tariffs on us. And that's wrong. That's entirely wrong. It happened with France.
I don't know if I said there was zero evidence. I said they have a bad history.
You said it's happened 0 times. You were like, it's happened 0 times. And I was like, what? Huh?
I said to my knowledge, you might know something I don't know. I said to my knowledge, no country that Trump raised tariffs on reduced their tariffs afterwards.
And we
I could be wrong in that if you want to link me.
Walk through it slowly. You tariff the foreign good, right? Which means they either have to eat the cost to maintain the same market price, or they have to pass that on to the customer, which increases the market price. If the price goes up, the demand goes down, right? Is that a basic economic principle?
Yeah, again, I don't dispute that part, and economists don't dispute that part.
Okay. So that demand going down for the foreign product that doesn't apply to the American product increases the relative market position of the American product to the foreign product, right?
Yeah, we don't dispute that part. We're disputing the parts where we talk about
that. You have been saying that there's no way that tariffs can help American manufacturing. But I'm trying to break it down very, very simply and ask you, where does that break down?
Pentuple, let me reply. The reason tariffs often fail to help aggregate manufacturing, even if they help certain parts of manufacturing, there's a number of different reasons. One, as I mentioned earlier, exchange rates appreciate. You make the dollar more expensive in world markets. That hurts exporters' ability to export. By the way, a lot of manufacturers export their stuff. Two, wait, I have to finish this because Pentuple will cry about it if I don't. Okay. Two,
I'm not going to cry. I don't care what you say. I can't wait to hear Econoboi respond. I would like to get an answer.
We saw this with Trump's
increase the relative market position of the American product.
Notice how he literally won't engage. He literally won't listen or engage with me.
There's no point in engaging with you. I've said it 4 times. I don't want to go to these little fucking stupid rabbit holes.
You are asking me how tariffs can hurt manufacturing. You won't let me answer. What do you mean, Pentuple?
I live in your head.
All right, stop. Sorry about that. We had to calm down. Goose all right, I'm gonna go to Addy. Then I want to go to Econoboi here because, what do you think here? What are your thoughts here on what they said? I heard you trying to get interrupt, and then I know Econoboi's got a lot of thoughts. So go ahead.
Well, he said not to my knowledge, so I'll go ahead and inform him that it did happen. It happened in France. France was basically saying, we're going to put a tariff on digital services, Amazon, Google, all of these things. It would really wreck American companies. France was threatening to do that in the trade war that we kind of had with France. Trump came in and was like, hey, Macron, what's up? If you do that, that's fine, but I'm going to put a hard tax on wine and champagne coming from France. A hard tariff. I'm going to throw a tariff on top of it. And he's like, hey, don't do that. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, never mind, truce. We're not going to either impose those tariffs. So that's another way in which tariffs are absolutely necessary. If you have other countries that are imposing tariffs on large industry coming out of your country and you're refusing to put tariffs back on that other country, it's literally just taking money from the American taxpayer and then giving it to other countries because they know that if something happened, we would back them up, national security, whatever it is, and then we're not reciprocating that.
Hold on. We're going to Econoboi. Hold on. Nope. You have to wait. Sorry. We're going to Econoboi. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I feel like we're repeating ourselves. I don't think that Nanfan and I would disagree that tariffs are useful for geostrategic reasons, right? I mean, for instance, I wouldn't mind if we had like 100% tariff on chocolate.
So I guess my question is, what do we do in that situation when a country is adversarial? Like, what do you propose be done in that situation? Like, if they use trade tactics.
Well, I guess it's a nuanced issue. Like, for instance, when it comes to China, right? Like, China, they tariff, obviously, they have a bunch of tariffs on American goods because they have, they specifically don't want American goods to, enter their country for various reasons. They feel like they need to protect their industries. But, think about what that actually does to the Chinese consumer, right? The Chinese consumer is not able to purchase what would otherwise be pretty high quality American goods for probably a fairly competitive price, right? And that's obviously not great for the Chinese consumer. It's not good for the welfare of the average Chinese person, because the average Chinese person is now stuck with probably otherwise lower quality goods than they could get if they had a more, open access to things. I mean, think about it like this, right? I mean, if I told you, hey, instead of having 5 companies to choose from when you buy your deodorant, let's say, you've only got 2 companies to choose from. Well, intuitively, you'd probably say, well, the average quality of my deodorant's probably going to go down, and I'm probably going to pay a higher price for it because there's less competition, which is bad for the average person.
Communist country and move to a capitalist country.
Well, but I didn't mention communism or capitalism.
Another win for capitalism. Let's go.
Right?
But hold on there 1 second, Econoboi. I think that there's something you're kind of leaving out there, though, which is, like, for example, what do you do in this situation? I know that China has ownership laws for foreign companies where if you own a company and you're whatever, you have that lease for whatever, 10 years time, 20 years time. I don't know the exact specifics, but I know they vary. But after that amount of time, you become like 90% Chinese owned, or the controlling share owned, or et cetera, and that seems like they're sitting here using their governmental powers to take advantage of a free trade, right? So when you're a country like the U.S., what do you propose we do in that situation? Like this TikTok came up. Like, do we manifest destiny TikTok and take it from them by force? Do we, try to sell it? Do we ban it? Like, this all kind of falls under stuff with the ERS. It's like, how do you deal with something where they're openly flaunting their political power for economic gain?
Well, I mean, I don't want to get on a tangent on TikTok. Obviously,
I'm just using this as an example. I apologize.
Yeah. I mean, in general, right? If we find that, if we have reason to believe that China is doing things that sort of manipulate the trade balances of countries and engage in sort of less than free market policies with regards to their trade planning, then you have reason at that point to use the threat of tariffs to try and get concessions and try to sort of mutually sort of de-tariff your goods or whatever that is. But again, what we have to keep going back to is that is just so not what Trump is promising, right? Trump is saying he wants universal basic tariffs. He even floated the idea of having a UBI funded by tariffs, which is kind of a funny thing. But anyway, he's not really talking about strategic tariffs. And we saw this in his first term, unprecedented expansion. Would you like that? Well, not if it's funded by tariffs, certainly not. But
wait, what? I was gonna say, if we're gonna do UBI, that's the only way we would ever agree to UBI.
Well,
I could maybe get on board with UBI if it was funded by tariffs.
Hold on.
Well,
we'll come back to that.
Just to be clear,
let it finish.
Anytime
We're
drowning in taxes, my friend. Save us.
I shouldn't interrupt you. Go ahead, finish that. We're gonna come back to the UBI thing by tariffs.
Yeah. I mean, just to be clear, insofar as we support a UBI, tariffs raise a trivially low amount of revenue, which again is very distortionary and ends up paying people back less than what they probably end up paying in higher cost of goods and services. We can even look at the state of Alaska, right? The state of Alaska does the same thing that the state of Norway does, right? They socialize resource rents. They put it into a giant pool of stock and equities and fixed income for their citizens. And what do they do every year? They give thousands of dollars of capital income, a UBI, to their citizens, and it's not distortionary, and it really helps the welfare of their citizens. Again, that's a red state. That's a Republican state. I wouldn't exactly call Alaska socialist or communist. But they do that, and it helps their citizens, and it does so without, these greatly distortionary economic effects. I'm just saying, hey, why not Alaska for America? We can do that. That's a lot smarter policy.
Hold on. You did the thing again. You did the thing again. You did the thing. The second time you've done this. I'm going to tell you what you did. Don't worry. Public Gibbs here. I have to tell you what he sees. And it's you compare to a really small, population-wise area where they have an example of, an extreme large amount of, resource. Like Alaska, it's oil.
Gibbs, America has a lot of resources.
I'm going to give you a win, I think, to help you out here, even though you don't need it. Alaska, bad example. Because I think they're kind of like the Denmark. They're small. You know where you could have gone is Texas, where we do it with education with the oil. We did the same thing, and we A&M benefits, Texas benefits. Thank you for the raid, by the way, Chai, and the sub. Appreciate it.
Texas also does it with no state income tax.
take Texas as
That's
an
a good point,
example,
though.
right? Like
Maryland does it
Texas-
with the lottery.
And then we go to
Let's
that. Go ahead. We'll let you go, Econoboi.
W
Well,
lottery.
I'm just saying, like, use that as an example, right? Like Texas, as a means to fund like a huge pool of resources to fund our education system, they don't say, oh, we need to tax goods that are coming from Oregon and New Mexico and Florida, because that would just be like, that would be dumb, right? Like that would be terrible policy, right? Instead, they do like anything else, which is typically, speaking a lot more evidence-based, has a lot more reason to believe that it'll work, has a lot more empirical backing. There's just a lot of reasons to think that tariffs aggregately are not very effective. And on the point of like, oh, well, their strategic nature, again, like Trump is just not promising strategic tariffs. The last thing I was going to say before Gibbs jumped in was that in Trump's first term, he had an unprecedentedly high level of tariffs on China, and the only sort of temperature thawing that happened was on the tariffs that Trump and China went back and forth on. There was actually no like net new trade concessions from either country as a result of the tariffs, and so I just don't think we might be able to bully France, we might be able to bully Canada, our allies, right? But we can't bully like a billion person country like China into doing the same thing, and I'm not even sure that it's valuable to do so. Those are just important things to keep in mind.
So, and I think bullying is a strong. I think bullying's a strong word in that regard. I mean, I get the impact you're making, but at the same time, those countries have tariffs on us, and they're our allies. So I don't see why we should have no money from them when the whole thing, and we all know this, is they're allies with us because we have a reputation as having a big, bad, ugly military, and if you mess with us, we're going to kick you in your face, right? So we provide them a certain level of security with them knowing
Hold
that
on, one second, Abby.
happens,
Let me pause
we
you. I
jump in.
apologize. I'm going to turn it right back over to you. I hate to interrupt you. I feel bad. But thank you so much for the raid, Wick. Oh, actually, let me just do a little housekeeping. Thanks for the sub, Chai. Thanks for the raid. Sorry about your dad. That's terrible. No, I'm not going to buy your hair extensions. It's my birthday week. You can send me some money and any other degenerate things you want to send, a la Destiny style. Just kidding. Don't do that. Secondly, Wick, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Big shout out to Wick. Check him out. He's badass. Good stuff. You know what I like about these people is Wick specifically. He's the Econoboi. They come in and they argue with the righties and I hate echo chambers. They're fucking boring. Good stuff. So shout out to Econoboi for joining us. Shout out to Wick for raiding us and everything else, all that, and everybody else. Go ahead, Abby. Continue. So got to do some housekeeping there.
So I would, but I've lost my train of thought at this point.
Well,
Caught me off guard.
That happens. I apologize. You gotta be current with this on the streaming. Excited with these people rage you and all that good jazz. But yeah, I mean, I'll move this conversation down a little bit. Actually, Non-Fod, did you have something you wanted? I felt like you had something you wanted to go before I move it.
I don't remember at this point now. I'm good.
All right, cool, fantastic. Here's the thing, right? So, Abby, right? I would consider you an economic expert, but like at a micro level, right? And same thing here. You were arguing about a lot of the macro, right? What is your argument against what kind of Non-Fon, Econoboi are saying, where it's kind of like, it's very complicated, it's very nuanced. Pentuples would argue that it seems very much like, hey, it's so simple. Let's just do X, Y, Z. Do you agree with this, or no? Because you mentioned the sales tax thing here in Texas, and I know that's kind of maybe your inspiration for the IRS. You want to care about elaborating on that?
Well, no, I mean, I agree in the fact that the ERS is needed so that we can have a bunch of people come in and say, okay, which tariffs are going to be good, the same way Pentuple was saying, right? You're going to need people that know things, that are experts on this. I mean, Biden wasn't an expert on tariffs either, right? It's not like we place economist experts as president every single time. It's not how it works. They surround themselves with people, hopefully, that have the best intentions. Not always. Every president has had bad people in his cabinet or in his administration. The hope is that if it comes to light that those people are bad, they get fired, which did not happen in our last administration. So there's that just side point. But I think the hope is that we're going to create very small, efficient government entities that can handle specific things. They are experts in those things. They're the best at those things. they enjoy what they do, and we can trust them as far as you can trust somebody, right? To be able to put in place things that make sense. And I think that's how Trump ran his last administration, which is why there were also some things that came out of it that weren't great. He still had a lot of people, some warmongers in place that were trying to get money for BlackRock and everybody else involved. So I think it's one of those things where we're going to have to trust that he's going to put the right people in place, and that he's going to be more selective about who he puts in certain positions this go around, based on the fact that he himself has said when he came in last time, he was like, I was hit like a ton of bricks. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. But now he's had some time to kind of figure that stuff out, and I trust him on that. I think that he's going to do a great job on it.
I mean,
so if he says we need the ERS, I'm all for it.
You guys don't trust the experts we have currently. Like tariffs are probably the place where there's the most economic consensus that there is, and we know what people.
Sorry, that was from Kai Bunny. That wasn't from me. Wow. She told me to say that.
We know what people Trump are putting in office, like the Treasury Secretary, Steve Bassett is his name or something. He was up there arguing that tariffs are actually free because exchange rate appreciation fully cancels out the effect of tariffs. And one of his advisors literally in 2016 just made a basic accounting error because he said that imports subtract from GDP. These guys, Stephen Myron doesn't even know if he wants to strengthen the dollar or weaken the dollar. In part 3 of his unhinged essay, he says, we gotta. Tariffs are actually free because the dollar strengthens, and then in part 4 he says actually we have to weaken the dollar a ton because we need to make that helps U.S. manufacturing. These people are not the best experts. The majority of economists disagree with them. You are just selectively picking these 3 random experts that you like for some reason.
I didn't pick 3 specific people. I was talking on a theory level, and you like to drill down into really specific details and then nail those details on people, which is really odd because it's not I'm not talking
it showcases that you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking
about the holy expert is here, everyone. Shush.
Hold on.
I'm not an expert. I just know high school level economics.
We're talking on a much broader level, and you want to talk about that one person that might be involved with it said how long
You
ago?
said you trust Trump's experts. I gave you examples of 3 of Trump's experts making egregious errors.
Well, hold on.
Those are 3 people out of how many? Because how many people? How many people are going to be? How many people are appointed to the ERS? Do you know? Because I didn't think they nailed that down yet.
Let me just reframe this because I think that something Pentuple and Abby are hitting on. I want to get Econoboi's response to this too. Is y'all? I think Nonfly, you're taking a traditional hey, this is what the experts are saying, right? This is the facts, right? It's undeniable. These are the stats, etc., right? And when we look at this last election, right, I feel like there's somewhat of a group of people that feel like academia as a whole has lied to them, right? Whether it's on the culture war, whether it's on hey, the polling. Well, I guess that's not academia, but they feel lied to, right? How do you sell them that hey, this set of facts are the facts? Why? Because I don't think you're doing. I think because what you're doing right now is you're just arguing. Hey, this is what we got, right? This is what it is. Whenever people are saying, hey, it's much more simple than that. I don't how do you argue this?
I try to nail them down on specific things and walk them through exactly. I've had whole conversations with people where I spend 30 minutes walking them through tariffs lead to exchange rate appreciation, and then we spend 30 more minutes tariffs lead to inefficient resource allocation. And I try to nail them down on all these specific things, so eventually you can get the macro picture of things. It's hard to have this entire conversation of whether all economists are secretly hidden leftists.
Go ahead, Econoboi.
I think that the problem is that people haven't replaced skepticism. Okay, how do I put this? When I went to school, I was told that you do have to be skeptical of these things, but the important part of that was not that we just ended the conversation there. It was you have to be skeptical. And here's how to do your own research. Here's how to conduct your own studies. Here's, I don't know how many classes. I probably took half a dozen courses on statistics and research design. And that was at the college level, but even at the high school level, right? I mean, you learn how to write research papers, and you learn how to get good sources and these kind of things. And I mean, that's like a fairly basic part of education. But what it feels like to me is that a lot of people have said, I'm skeptical of the experts, that's in period, right? But they don't actually end up doing a lot of their own sophisticated research, right? There's not really a lot of follow-up with that. And instead of being skeptical of the experts, they've traded a skepticism for the experts for a lack of skepticisms for basically like alternative media figures and alternative facts, right? Like how many people who they listen to people like RFK Jr., Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, how many people listen to these commentators and basically just parrot what they say without actually looking into the facts for themselves, right? There's obviously a percentage of people that do that, and that's a big problem because that's not skepticism. That's the opposite of skepticism.
Well, you're kind of presuming that everyone sorts out, like every time someone receives a new piece of information that they're immediately deciding whether that's true or false, like whether for whatever reason. But I think a lot of people want to just get information and just have that available to reference if they ever want to. It's not necessarily they have to adopt it or reject it. Well, I'm just saying it's like
that's the opposite of that's just I just want information that I agree with. I just want like the most convenient facts.
People are saying they want from that alternative media. I'm saying you're saying they're going and giving more credibility to the alternative media. I think that they're just getting more from the alternative media to deal with, as opposed to just this like filtered down, curated version of everything. And like the experts, like the reason people don't trust the experts is because they've been wrong. It's not just because we're paranoid schizos.
What you just said, okay, we're getting a filtered down version of the facts.
Things to different people. When you say that,
it shouldn't though.
Well, that's the problem. That's why people don't trust
That's not
anybody,
a problem.
because you've got this set of experts that say this, and you've got this set of experts that say this. And it's probably somewhere kind of in the middle.
Credibility matters. So when you go the entire election cycle saying that Kamala's miles ahead, and then she loses the popular vote, the credibility's gone. And rightfully so.
Just shut the fuck up for a second. Okay, we just have to consider what Abby just said. Some things are just true, right? So like we hear this a lot. Oh no, it must be in the middle. People disagree. We heard this on climate change for a long time. Oh, we've got the news. We got the news. Piers Morgan show. We've got the guy that doesn't believe in climate change, and the guy, the scientist who does believe in climate change. Oh, the truth must be somewhere in the middle. It's not. Climate change is just a thing, and it's man-made, and that's just a fact of the fucking matter, right? And if you disagree with it, you ain't got the facts, right? Some things work that way.
If we take the vid, for instance, there were different experts on different sides of COVID, and they shut down one side entirely, and that's what started people not believing experts. That's what started the entire thing.
That's not what started that. That's not what started that. What started that was sensationalist news media. No. What started that was sensationalism.
You guys
about COVID was wrong.
Okay, so go ahead, Nonfon. What were you saying?
It's so hilarious. You guys get so fucking angry when I try to have these conversations with you and I try to like nail you down on a specific thing, like whether or not there's a trade-off between the amount of revenue a tariff raises and how much we bring manufacturing back.
Okay,
but then I can't cite experts either because all the experts are rigged. I don't have to cite experts. I can walk you through. I can hold your hand through it, and we can read Greg Mankiw together. Okay, we can read an economics textbook together. Okay, I'll do it with you. But you don't do that. But you also reject the experts. It's invincible ignorance.
So just to all right, I'm gonna you know what? I'll just let my bias fly a little bit. I think that'll be fun for a second. It's just to push back on you, Nonfon, right? Like I feel like I'm pretty economically savvy, right? Like, and at least on like the micro level, right? Like I've done fairly well for myself. I have a massive fucking ranch now. Like I'm buying more land. My businesses are doing good. I got like 200 employees. Like I'm doing pretty good. I'm not no Bill Gates. I'm doing okay, right? I see the moves you're describing, and I like thinking this. I've read a lot of the economics books. I took all this in college, all that good jazz. My specialties obviously was like politics, but when I look at these things, I go, hey, I think it is sometimes that simple, and sometimes we're overcomplicating things, and like two things can be true. Yeah, one might hurt us economically, but we could gain, and two, like it's a diplomatic win, right? And whenever I say, okay, these are the end goals, what does that look like? I mean, I can see different ways of achieving this, and your argument is basically, oh, it's not that simple because these 15 other factors, and then we look at this last election, and it seems like the experts, quote unquote, lied to us repeatedly on different issues. So it's like, why would the right trust these experts? Like, I get the argument these are the experts we should trust, but it seems like there's some sort of bias like that's gone into this and that the right's not buying. So like I don't know how you can sell that to us. I mean
I think Econoboi did a good job explaining sort of like the selective skepticism. I also, like I said in my opening, like we can talk about like whether it's a good diplomatic thing. I just usually want the concession that like free trade is a good thing, and then we'll talk about how to get there, whether it's most effective to like have these retaliatory tariffs as a negotiation tool.
I mean, I think unfortunately,
you
because I
speak
think
like
there's
a
just
student trying to reach a word count on the last day, throwing in like 15 sources and thinking he deserves an A.
Notice how he won't engage with anything I say. Pentuple asked me a direct question.
God damn it! All right, stop. Hold on. I do want to have this conversation. Well, I'm gonna let you ask your question.
Legitimate question.
Yeah. 1 second here. Let Econoboi respond real quick, and then you ask that question because it might go off on a tangent. I want to know you want to respond. What you said.
Yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately the skepticism in experts is more a result of our political polarization and the demonization of each side of the political aisle. I mean, obviously, it's not that the left or the right has a monopoly on that. I mean, of course, I would argue that I think the right's been a little bit worse on that issue. Of course, that's a whole other debate. Let's just forget about it and say it's a both sides issue. But the point is, though, is that I think that that's really the symptom of this. I think that people in general have been victims of a social media and news media ecosystem, which frankly itself just doesn't really care about facts or presenting information in a dry, accurate manner, and rather cares more about presenting information that obtains clicks, that obtains watch time. And unfortunately, that's why we see this radical disconnect between basically what actual reality is and what people tend to actually believe. Not that that's always disconnected, but obviously there's a huge problem with, I mean, like, for instance, like vaccine skepticism has just like exploded in popularity. And I'm sorry, but this is just one of those things. Look, vaccines just work. They just do, period. There's no argument to be had in that regard. And if you're not getting your kids vaccinated, you're leading to probabilistically worse health outcomes for your kids. And that's not good, but that's not as a result of people being like individually malicious or not caring about their kids. That's as a result of our sensationalist media environment and our polarized political landscape. So to answer your question, Gibbs, like, how do we stop that? Like, I wrote an article about how we should completely reorganize news media, but I mean, outside of doing that, I don't know. It's kind of hard, right? I don't know.
Feel free to link me the article. I'd love to read it. I like to read all the good stuff. Abby, what was your question?
Well, and I would say I don't disagree with that, to be entirely transparent. I don't. And I think the fact that people's trust was so eroded due to them jumping out of the gate so quickly with facts that they weren't 100% certain on, and allowing pharmaceutical companies to kind of take charge on that, I think was a bad decision. Because we do now have people that think all vaccines are crap, right? And like, you shouldn't vaccinate your kids against polio or smallpox or measles, which is insane. So, and it's not the right swing, but I think that specific issue is somewhere in the middle. It's now straight facts that we were lied to about a lot of things with COVID. Some things no, but a lot of things yes. And I think it was due to money. So that's on that point. But my original question was, when it comes to experts on both sides, right? You're talking about you want specifically free trade, that's it, no tariffs, period, none whatsoever. But there are also, that's kind of how you've been coming at it. You're using a lot of absolute words, so that's kind of where I'm taking it. And there's a lot of economists that disagree with that. Even people that are in favor of free trade, they say, hey, free trade, but tariffs in certain places, they can be useful. So I don't see how you can be like super free trade, that's it, no other options, and think tariffs are the devil, and then say the experts say you're right when there's experts that say you're wrong.
When I'm citing experts, first of all, I don't just like cite them on like a broad like macro thing. I'm citing like a paper they wrote on like one specific thing, but also like, I would say, if my words were misleading or whatever, I apologize. But like, I would say like there are plenty of goods that I'd be fine with tariffing. Like from China, we should probably tariff drones. We should probably tariff batteries because they're big national security issues. you know, certainly economists disagree on like what specific goods we should tariff and like how much exchange rate appreciation is caused by tariffs and like all these like micro issues. But very few economists, basically no respected economist, is arguing that 20% universal tariffs or 25% tariffs on all products from Canada and Mexico are a good thing. There is almost unanimous consensus around that.
That was my point whenever I was saying you're specifically picking out these three people and then tying them to an argument over here, right? That was my
those
whole
were three people
point.
taking the highest roles in Trump's administration, like the Treasury Secretary and like the Chief Economic Advisor are two of the people I cited.
But not Peter Navarro. So but you weren't talking about Peter Navarro.
I believe he was Trump's previous advisor.
Former director of the White House National Trade Council, and he's all for tariffs and implemented them well. Might I add?
Well, this is what again. Peter Navarro is the guy earlier I said made an accounting error when he said imports subtract from GDP. I'm saying you are picking these three experts that you think are doing better when I have a documented example of this guy you just cited making a basic like Econ 101 error. He doesn't understand how we calculate GDP even.
Well, hold on. Like, I get what you're saying. It's a big error, right? It's bad, right? But we've all seen The Wolf of Wall Street. What's his little bullshit line? He's like, I wish they remember me for all my losses because I have so few. Like, yeah, once you get to the top, if you have one big mistake, everybody's going to remember. You know, I mean, you never want to be Drew Bledsoe and then go down and have Tom Brady step up. That's a bad time. But even Tom Brady got sacked. Like, I mean, so like, I'm sitting here when I'm hearing what you're saying, and I don't know that I necessarily throw out the baby with the bathwater just because one economist makes a thing. I could look at plenty of economists. Like, what was the guy? I'll give you one of those. Once again, this is a micro level because I lot of what y'all talking about.
We could cite lots of different experts in different areas.
What was the guy, Kramer? Do y'all remember Kramer?
The guy with the keys with the election said there was absolutely no way Donald Trump was going to win, and he did. You know, and he was always right. He was right about everything. His keys were infallible. It happens. People make mistakes.
Well, sure, but I mean, do y'all remember what was the guy that was it Kramer? He did the Mad Money and he had all the buzzers and the stocks and the and like that guy's gone. But like for close to a decade, he was like the online TV economist. Like I just don't understand how y'all can say, oh, they're infallible, but or not infallible, like at the same time. Like it seems like a double standard. Go ahead.
I'm not even claiming.
It's not that they're infallible, right? Again, it's what I said previously. Like it's about trusting the process and evaluating the process by which we determine the truth and information. So I'm a big believer in the scientific process. So scientists who engage in the scientific process and try to evaluate things using that process and, come to conclusions using that process. That doesn't mean that process is perfect. It doesn't mean that it's not susceptible to human error. It doesn't mean that it's not susceptible to bad faith, right? And people that are malicious in their intent. But it does mean that the process itself should be trusted, right? And I think that when we have multiple experts' opinion, when we have many different experts who have engaged in that process and come to similar conclusions, I just think that gives you a really large reason to believe that those conclusions are true. That's it, right? And I think that when people put their trust in alternative media figures like Joe Rogan, RFK Jr., I just use those as a couple examples, those people are fundamentally just not engaged in the scientific process. They are not engaged in that process. And so when people trust people like Joe Rogan and RFK Jr. for information, other than, outside of people like, medical experts and scientists and things like that, I would argue that they're making a process error. Not that it's wrong to trust people who don't have a PhD in whatever subject, but they're trusting people who are fundamentally engaged in a process which we do not have strong reason to believe is effective at delivering true, basically true statements. And there's a lot of reason to believe, in fact, the opposite is true, that these people are more likely to be incorrect than people who engage in that type of process. It just happens to be the case, last thing I'll say, that people who engage in that process for a long enough period of time, they typically get PhDs, they typically get medical degrees, they typically become heads of government agencies. And I don't think that's because it's some deep state conspiracy. I think it's just because that process has proven to be very effective, and people in governments and people in large corporations, they tend to want, people who are very effective. And I think that's why we see this sort of correlation between education and elite and, the process that people use.
But I think that's what we were saying with the ERS to begin with, to take it kind of back there, is if they're going to use the ERS not just to collect on all of these tariffs, but also to determine with experts, okay, what's going to be the right tariffs to put in place, what exactly is the exact amount? Is it 12.3? Is it 8.2? You know, whatever they decide on, and then implement that. That's what we're trusting to happen, right? Is that we're going to put the right people in place. We're going to form a government agency that's specifically around this. They don't have to also worry about border protection while we're trying to deport millions of people and secure the border, and they got a national emergency there. Separate it off from U.S. Customs and Border Protection and make it a very efficient way to gather on those tariffs so that there aren't misses, so that we don't make mistakes this time around.
I mean, I've already
wanna...
mentioned why I think like the wrong people are already in place, and like who do we think the economists Trump is going to be? Are they going to be the respected economists that do the research that flagrantly contradicts with the research of the research in quotes of the economists that Trump has already chosen? No, it's gonna be yes men. Like Trump's own economists don't even agree on the plan yet. Like they said that they wanted to do like targeted tariffs, and then Trump publicly on Truth Social said, no, that plan's bullshit, made up. You know, I'm actually going to do universal tariffs. Like, and now they're talking about maybe gradually implementing tariffs. It just seems like these people are trying to do whatever they can to appeal to Trump's whims, because Trump doesn't understand that trade deficits aren't subsidies while not destroying the economy.
Well, so, Nonfall, let me present to you a different argument. Now, I don't necessarily agree with this argument, but this is an argument that I know that some of my, people in my circle group, I say quite often, right? They would liken this much to like the oil field, right, or working on a refinery, and basically they would say, hey, everything's good in theory until you get an engineer that thinks they need to put a bolt on the inside of a tank with no door on the exit, and I'm like, okay. Yeah, so it sounds like what you're saying is, hey, all these things, theory, X, Y, Z, and then when I look at this at the micro level, I go, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, all these things you're saying, if someone's adversely working against me, I need a way to check them, right? I need a way to guarantee there's a way to offset my stuff. And it seems like, hey, on the basic ones and twos, this is how this works, right? If X is more expensive here, it's going to be more expensive here, yada, yada, yada. Much kind of like what Pentuple was getting at. And whenever you're saying these things like, oh, these experts, well, engineers are supposed to be the experts, but maybe sometimes they should be talking to the welders about how to put the stuff together. Or like, hey, maybe they should be talking to the plumbers or the guy on the ground, the electrician. And it kind of feels like you're arguing this meta theory, but that theory doesn't match up to the day-to-day actions of what's happening here. Like, what do you have to say to something like that?
Well, I mean, again, I'm happy to go into like some of these individual things and nail down on these specific points, but you guys don't like when I do that, and like now we're
go ahead.
You don't know how to do it.
To answer your question specifically, right?
Like, sure, hold on. Let me answer. Let me come back to you, Nonfile. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're talking about like, I don't think anybody here would disagree that horizontal, basically, management is probably a good practice, right? Like, you shouldn't just be in your ivory tower, just like refusing to, so stuck in theory that you're refusing to look at the world around you. But look, as somebody who, I've spent a lot of my time in both environments, right? Both in the practical environment of applying my education, but then also in did a lot of education myself. This is just a concern that's pretty universally understood. Like, I in my experience, sure, there's a lot of people who might say, I don't know, like, what's the point of working in business? Or, I don't think I need to do that. Or, who gives a shit what some welder thinks or whatever. Like, there's an amount of elitism in society. Obviously, that's true. But I would also say that, which party and which political movement is more likely to engage in horizontal management, right? Who is more skeptical of hierarchy, right? Who's more willing to say that there's a solidarity between workers, no matter, what function they serve? It's people on the left, right? I mean, this is leftist rhetoric, right? I just don't typically hear a lot of genuine elevation.
That's interesting because also you think about from the left, you would like more big government, and y'all seem to be pretty against establishing another agency and expanding the government's power. How do these two go hand in hand here? Then, like, it's the reverse of what I was concerned about with the Republicans.
Why do you think it's contradictory to say that the government should have more responsibility, but we should also manage things more horizontally and, power sharing? I mean, why is that contradictory?
What does horizontally mean? Are you talking about like state governments at this point?
So, like, more for the worker, the lower.
No, like everyone's input. It's not efficient. That's why.
Well, obviously you can't have total horizontal democratic management, but, Gibbs is talking about, that's not what Gibbs is talking about. Gibbs is saying, like, hey, shouldn't you have some amount of input from people on the line and from people who, don't necessarily have Ivy League degrees? And, of course I think that's true. But I don't know. I mean, like when I look at Trump's inauguration,
You don't
right?
find the argument
really
that
quick.
go ahead.
If I could just, when I look at Trump's inauguration, right, I don't see a lot of, plumbers and, carpenters and people who work on cars. I see billionaire after billionaire after billionaire who I don't know if there's a less, in touch group of people than American billionaires, right? I mean, Democrats are guilty of this too. I'm significantly further to the left than Democrats are, but I just don't think a cabinet filled with billionaires is more likely to basically be touching grass than the opposite, like career professionals who we might say have some expertise in what they're talking about, right? I mean, just look at who Biden appointed versus Trump. Like, I feel like there's a serious technocratic sort of difference between the two groups of people.
The problem isn't how much money the people have. And I think people are so focused on the fact that these are billionaires because we've somehow demonized billionaires, like, oh, they got to pay more money and they should be paying for all this stuff. It's not about the billionaires. It's about what they did to make those billions, right? If you look at a lot of these people, they're not, some of them come from generational wealth, but a lot of them are entrepreneurs. And they come from, you take Vivek Ramaswamy, for instance. Vivek Ramaswamy, highly intelligent, built a wonderful company, has a lot of money, but intelligent, and he's kind of jumped into it. But the thing that they all have in common, for the most part, most of them, they're not politicians. They're not career politicians. That's where the trust is eroded. It's not necessarily with elites. It's not with billionaires. It's with the looking down on the average person, one. And then also, it's the people that have made a career in politics. Those are the people that the American public has lost trust in. They want something new and something fresh, and that's what Trump has brought to the table with the people that he's appointed. And we've yet to see, it will be determined on whether that's a good decision or not. But as you said, we're going to trust them to put the right people in place.
Let's go back to something that came up earlier, and I thought that was pretty interesting. That because this kind of reflects that dynamic that I was kind of trying to get at. Where to me it seems like the left is going against something they usually would want, which is look, why don't we talk about tariffs, funding universal basic income. That seemed like something Republicans could get behind. Other countries paying for it. Hey, that sounds good. But y'all seem to strike that down right off the jump. What were your thoughts on that? Let's go with non-fun to start here.
I mean, if we want to do a UBI or any government spending, there's more efficient ways to raise revenue and there's less efficient ways to raise revenue. Econoboi was talking about socializing resource rents. Those are basically, unearned economic payments, right? Like, to say would it be better to fund a UBI with like resource rents and land rents, or with a DVCFT, which also, by the way, makes foreign countries pay. Like that's just absurd to me. Tariffs are not an efficient way to raise revenue. Like that's the big issue.
Pentuple.
I think it sounds kind of sick. I've generally been against universal basic income because it just sounds like redistribution of wealth. But if it's coming from tariffs and I'll open that door. That'd be kind of sick. Maybe that can work, but I don't know.
Listen, redistribution
that seems like a fever dream.
Pentuple, okay?
No,
Before you go down that, wait, I also just want to make
tariffs. But I would be in favor if it worked out.
We do understand in terms of who pays tariffs. It is paid by U.S. consumers, even if some of the incidence is on foreign nations, right? Like the money goes from U.S. consumers to the treasury or the importer.
You just say that, but that depends on the tariff and on the product.
Well, I understand the incidence.
The other variables.
No, that doesn't depend on the tariff. The incidence will depend on the tariff, but in terms of who is actually paying for it, the money
depends
comes
if the company decides to pass it off or not. No, and if they decide to pass it off, that's going to worsen their market position, which I argued earlier is equally advantageous to us.
On top of that, if you're talking about combining that with reducing the amount of taxes the American people have to pay, I don't see why there would be a problem there. If you're talking about just doing the ERS and leaving it at that, and it's like, okay, now we're going to have all of these tariffs and we're not going to do any tax cuts. You're still going to pay exactly the same amount in taxes that you're paying right now. That's not something I think any of us would get behind. It's essentially raising taxes. But in the combination of lowering it, that's a different story.
I'll address that a bit in a second. I just want to be ultra clear, Pentuple. I'm saying whoever imports the product the money like leaves their bank account. The U.S. dollars leave their bank account and goes to the treasury. If it's a business that imports the product, they may pass that added cost onto the consumer. They may eat that added cost.
Yeah, and it worsen their market position.
Well, I don't.
And they lose their market position.
I don't dispute that, but
they have to raise the cost. They lose demand on their product. Like I was saying earlier, these are basic economic principles, and you love to throw out all that, Professor Non-Fon.
In the U.S. that pay the tariff, right?
Soft spot.
I just need.
No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Anyway,
it depends, because if they pass off the price, then
wait,
people are going to buy less of that product, and the extra price is priced in when we have our manufacturing take advantage of this in the market.
Okay, to respond to what like Azure said, like again, tariffs cannot raise that much revenue. They're going to raise like even universal tariffs, assuming like no.
What happens in the next 3 years when you're wrong and JD Vance is running in 2028 and the tariffs work? You're just like I don't know why you do this to yourself.
Continue responding. Tariffs are not going to raise.
You're just going to kill your own credibility off of it.
Hold on.
How much revenue do you think could be generated by bringing steel manufacturing back to the United States?
That's actually a good question.
That would probably be a net negative revenue because the number of jobs that use steel versus produce steel is 80 to 1. So for every,
what do you think it could do for certain areas that are incredibly impoverished, where they do a lot of steel manufacturing?
But you would acknowledge everyone else is losing, right? You have to acknowledge everyone else is losing there, right? They have to pay more for steel, and all these businesses in other areas have to pay more for their inputs. Acknowledge that, please. I need to hear that come out of your mouth.
I don't know enough to be able to get into.
Come on.
We're gonna put a pin in that. I want to come back to that.
I asked a question. I'm asking a specific question about the revenue. How much revenue do you think could be generated? I mean, when you boil it all together, it's going to give jobs to people in those areas, right?
Yes, but at the cost of other jobs. At the cost of 80 other jobs.
80 other jobs.
Hold on. I want to come back to that.
For every one job that produces steel, 80 jobs consume steel. So for every one steel job you protect, you're hurting 80 other jobs. Some of those people are going to lose their jobs. We have a study on this, not that you guys care about the empirical evidence, from Justin Pierce to Disentangling the Effects of the Trump steel tariffs. You should all read it. That found that tariffs actually reduce net employment because of this very thing. If you tariff a good that businesses use for their products, that just acts as a tax on the business. Okay. You're taxing the business, so they reduce hours in employment.
All right, so I want to go to Econoboi. Then I'm going to come back to what you just said here, but I want to go to Econoboi, and then I'm going to say something after that. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, on the UBI point specifically, I just think that what's more helpful is not necessarily to talk about like, the dedicated. I don't even know like necessarily the framing it on the UBI point specifically, but it's not necessarily useful to talk about. Well, could we use this money for a certain thing, right? I don't think that's as useful as saying if we want a UBI. How much do we want it to be? Let's just say that we want it to be $100 a month, like to start out. Okay, we want $100 a month UBI for people because we think UBI is a good policy. Well, to Non-Fon's point, it's just like, well, what's the most efficient way to fund that, right? Alaskans get the equivalent of about $100 a month, again, from the things that I've already mentioned, the sovereign wealth fund that Alaska has essentially. I think that's a lot more efficient. To Non-Fon's point again, we can look at revenue estimates for universal tariffs, right? And we know that universal tariffs would have very bad effects aggregately on the economy. So to Abby's point, obviously some people in some regions are going to be positively, advantaged, like people that work in steel or people who work in aluminum or just like any domestic industry, let's just say, that's competing with foreign actors, right, are going to be advantaged. But everyone pays the cost of that, and what's stripped off the top of that, not just the cost that people are paying in addition because they have to pay more for the price of goods, is that a lot of profits are just being distributed to wealthy shareholders, right? Domestic shareholders are getting a lot of profits, in association with that. And sure, some of that gets remitted to the state in the form of taxes on like capital gains, income taxes, but it is net negative, right? And even if we take the money from tariffs, it's just a trivial amount of money. Like if we took all the money from tariffs and just distributed it to people in the form of tax revenue, it's just a very small amount of money per month. There's just better ways to do this. There's better, like, if the goal is we want to compete with foreign, manufacturers, there's better ways to do that than tariffs. If the goal is we want to punish foreign manufacturers, well, I mean, strategically, Trump isn't promising that. He's promising universal tariffs. If the goal is we want to socialize basically rents and profits from foreign manufacturers, there's better ways to do that. If the goal is we want to do UBI, there's better ways to fund it. There's holistically better ways to do like all of the goals that MAGA people have for raising tariffs on a bunch of goods are simply better accomplished by other means, right? They're simply better accomplished by other
What are
means.
those other means?
DVC
I feel like you
has
guys
more
are
tax
doing
credits
it
and
really
subsidies.
stupid.
Okay, no, everyone, just give me a second here. Pentuple, you literally must be trolling to say that we haven't mentioned other means. You must be a complete dumbass to say, oh, I've just not been listening this entire time. I refuse to repeat myself. No, it's probably hard to keep up if I had such a fucking small brain like you do. Jesus Christ, Pentuple.
Foreign
Keep the
companies are
fuck
making
up.
massive profits in our country. How are you accessing that money to get some of the revenue out of those profits that they're making?
Okay, so I will repeat myself, I suppose, for the
I
fourth or
apologize
fifth
for
or sixth or
shutting out.
seventh time. No, it's clear you have problems understanding. That is clear to me at this point. So
go
for the
through
fourth
it.
or fifth or sixth
It should
time,
be simple.
Pentuple.
If it's so simple,
Pentuple,
do it.
if I can explain it.
I told him he needed to do
Companies,
this, Copeland, okay?
they
I
have
told him
this
he needed to
thing
get mad.
called stock. That's the ownership of companies. When you own a company,
Force
you
all of these
own
foreign companies
stock
to
in
our
a
stock
company.
exchange.
Do you want me to explain? I'm
Is
trying to
that
give you the
what you're saying?
simplest,
Can you
most
clarify?
brain dead version I can possibly give you, okay?
Force every foreign company that's doing business in the U.S. onto our stock exchange.
So
Is that what you're? Would be one of the. That would be an answer to
Let him answer.
Sense.
Pentuple. Yeah, let him answer here. Let's
Absolute cinema. Oh
So
my god.
stock
That's what I just heard.
exchanges.
It's just-
all right. One at a time here. Pentuple, let him go ahead and answer. Yeah, you asked him a question. Let him answer it.
All right. So, stock exchanges are open, liquid markets. Anybody who has money can enter into a stock exchange and buy stock, and there's not really much problem with that. So, if America wanted to take tax revenue, like from resource rents, like I've already described 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times during this debate, and use that money to purchase the stock of foreign companies or domestic
Not every foreign
companies.
companies on the
There's-
stock market. Very few are.
There's a shitload of foreign companies on stock markets, either in their country or, in fact, this is going to blow your mind. This is going to blow your mind.
you're
There's
saying?
foreign companies that are actually operating on U.S. stock exchanges. Now, that's probably an alien concept.
You're
But you
acting
can-
like
you can
we can
take-
solve this by having
You can
investments
take-
in them.
You can take tax money and you can purchase stock, and then the government, which is to say the people, because we live in a democratic country, now has ownership of stock.
So every foreign
that
company
stock
doing business in the
is
U.S. is on the
entitled
stock market here.
to dividend payments
We got
and
it.
buyback payments, and that money, we can take all that money that private shareholders make, we can take that money, that very same pot, and we can just give it directly to people like they do in Alaska and in Norway and in many thousands and thousands of other examples of publicly owned investment funds. This is not a new concept. It is not unusual. It is, in fact, a fairly trivial thing for governments to do. Now, does that explain is that an alternative that you can understand?
The only hole left is that
So
I
weird.
don't understand if you think every company is on the U.S. stock market or every foreign company should be. We're going
So,
to require that. That's
as
the goal.
as I said, we don't need to force foreign companies to do anything different because stock markets are open. You can take money and you can buy things on either domestic or foreign stock exchanges. You do not need to do any radical reorganization of how we do the stock market. Does that answer your question, Pin? Are you going to say in 10 minutes that we haven't
don't
explained
understand.
alternatives and that,
I
I don't understand, there it is.
So if the foreign
Pentuple
company
doesn't
isn't on a
understand.
stock exchange, how do we deal with this company? How do we deal
So
with that
if
company
you-
in your
so-
answer?
To answer your question, how does a company get bought if it's not on a stock exchange? Well, that's a great question
We're
because
talking
not
about
every
a foreign
company is on
You're
a
just
stock
saying we're
exchange.
going to buy we're going to buy every foreign company? Like,
Yeah,
what are
yeah,
you, I
that's
don't
exactly what I
understand.
said.
That's what he
Pentuple.
said,
No,
Pentuple,
you're-
you got it. Yep.
Pentuple, that's what I said. That's what I said. We're going to
That's-
buy every
You're saying we're
foreign
going to buy
company. That
shares
is-
of them, stock in them? What were you saying?
So, as I said, we're going to buy shares of foreign companies or domestic
and we're going
companies
to force
that
them
exist.
to sell us these shares?
No, in fact, because stock markets are so liquid, there's always shares available for purchase. Literally always. I can go on Robinhood right now and I can
You think the
buy
US government should
stocks.
go into
And guess
China
what?
and buy up
when
stock
I
in all
buy
their
a stock
companies
on
just like that?
Robinhood, I'm not holding a gun to someone's head and forcing them to buy stock. I'm just buying a share that's open for sale because that's just how things work in this country.
Right,
You know,
so
like,
what
it's
about a
pretty
company
normal thing.
that is a foreign company that is not on any stock exchange? Not every
If
company
a
is on
foreign
a stock
company
exchange.
does not want to sell its shares, the U.S. government can simply buy other shares for sale because there's like billions of different
What do you- I don't-
shares.
I can't follow what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Okay.
You can't
Yeah,
follow.
yeah,
You
what
know,
you're
it's
saying.
Hold on,
That's a fair-
typical.
Did you
Hold on,
guys
real
follow
quick,
Admiral
real quick,
Gibbs?
also-
Did you follow what he was saying? Honestly,
No, that's a great
Did you
question.
follow what he
Everyone
was
shut
saying,
the fuck
Admiral
up.
Gibbs?
Everyone shut the fuck up. Non-fun
Did
understands.
anyone else actually follow what he was
Hold on.
saying there?
I know very
Abby
well what he's
Gibbs,
talking
non-fun.
about.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
Abby's shaking her head. Yes, Gibbs. Did you understand what I just said?
Abby, can you bridge the gap of understanding?
Okay, so all four of us understood exactly what the fuck I'm saying, and you're the dumbass in this situation.
So bring me, help me find the
I
hole.
understand it. I just don't. I don't
Agree, yeah,
with the
I necessarily
universal
agree, but I
basic
understand.
income. That's
But
that's
you
where I
understand
don't
it, right?
agree. Yes.
You can conceptualize what I'm saying,
Sure,
you
yeah.
know? Yeah,
And,
what is
and
come
you
on.
don't have to.
And-
Here's the gap. You don't have to be able to buy every single foreign company to have a market like the largest market share. You could
Right,
just go
Abby.
to another company and get rid of them. I
Right.
mean, you stomp them in the market.
Can
is
I try?
where the gap is.
Let me try bridging the
But
gap.
I don't
Absolutely.
agree with needing to do that because I think universal
the gap,
basic
Gibbs.
income is actually
Got it.
detrimental to the health of the American people. I think it would be awful for the health of the American people. It would lead to rampant depression and anxiety without purpose.
Why don't we
A lot of
already do
people
this?
would say, "Oh, I pay for I've got all my bills
that's a
paid
whole
for."
bunch of
We
reasons why.
deal with that now. People get their bills paid for and they go great, and then they don't want job, they don't get a job, and then they waste away. They don't take care of themselves. They don't seek medical attention. They sink into depression because they don't have purpose. So universal basic income is a very slippery slope.
Well, let me try to rephrase.
Econoboi, why don't we already do what you described?
Well,
Why don't we
hold on,
already
hold
do
on.
that?
Alaska does.
Aren't doing the things that are good. We're doing things bad currently. I suggest
Well,
a change in
Alaska
policy.
Hold on.
could be, and it's different on smaller, and that's the thing. It's talking about scale. When you scale certain things, they don't always work on a very large scale.
That's
In
a good
Alaska,
point.
it may work because Alaska is dark for a lot of that time. You may not be able to work. So they do need to supplement income during those dark periods. I know a lot of times there's certain businesses that shut down in Alaska during the dark season. So that universal basic income can help. But that's not the case across the United States. You'd have areas where large swaths of people would just decide, since their needs are met, they have no reason to have a job, they have no reason to do anything other than sit and watch TV, and then we slowly spiral into idiocracy. I'm not looking forward to the great garbage avalanche of like 2095.
Well,
So
let me.
I think we have to give people a purpose.
Let me just try to come back a little bit. Yeah, I mean that like to what Pentuple was asking.
And a reason
right?
to
Are we cutting out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pretend to understand something. I may have just missed like a point that I needed,
Hold on.
but I just genuinely don't get it.
Well, I don't think he actually. I think, like, to be fair, I understand what Econoboi was saying. I don't know that he actually answered the concern that I think you're trying to ask. And if this is not what you're asking, you can correct me. But let me try to address this. And this is kind of one of the things I've repeated non-fun a few times is, all right, there are situations where, like, yes, from an economic standpoint, I could see the free trade thing, like all free trade being good. Like, listen, I'm pretty open-minded. I'm pretty laissez-faire. Whatever. I don't really like regulations. I'd argue regulations are, like taxes of their own kind of thing. They're gonna bring costs to consumers. It's a whole different. I'm pretty with y'all. Like, I don't like a lot of government interference. I mean, I brought that up. Now, the issue I'm having, though, and maybe this is the issue that Pentuple's trying to articulate, is when I see somebody like, and I guess China's the real big example, is when their government plays unfairly, right? They have a company where they say I go and put Gibbs Corp in China. They're going to go, okay, we signed you to a 30-year, 50-year thing. And after 50 years, all your trademark technology now belongs to us, or your trademark product or whatever, and you have to share a majority shareholder position or a, wherever, like maybe we have full ownership or whatever. But it's clearly an unfair deal to where the Chinese government gets over, and then they basically open up your direct competitor next door, and they put you out of business using your IP or using your method or using your exact product. And like these countries, they don't play fair, and they have advantages in that case. So whenever we're a government, like whenever y'all say, "Oh, free trade, let it happen," I do have some of the concern of what I think Pentuple was trying to get at, where it's like, okay, you're saying this and this makes sense, but you're not acknowledging that these are sometimes malevolent actors. Is that what I like?
I mean, again, like, I think Nonfun and I would agree that, again, like free trade is like an ideal, right? It's like, okay, like ideally we would get there someday, with some level of integration. I mean, again, like take the United States, for example, right? Like, originally we were 13 colonies, highly skeptical of each other, and we literally created complete free movement of people and capital across borders. That's the United States, right? Again, there's no friction between going from like Texas to New Mexico, right? And so we can't obviously do that with China for various reasons, right? Like you said, the government has, we have reason to believe that the government of China is not acting in good faith. The Chinese government obviously probably has reason to believe the same about our government currently. And so there's reasons to think that we can't just immediately just get rid of all tariffs, open borders, kumbaya kind of situation, right? But again, like I think that's really the criticism foundationally of Trump's trade policy is that he, in terms of China specifically, right, I think having a tough on China stance is good. I think Joe Biden continued a lot of that stuff. He doubled down on it, in fact, with a lot of his investments in domestic manufacturing in this country. And Trump's probably going to do a lot of the same thing with China. So China specifically, like I don't mind a tough on China stance, even with regards to trade policy. But Trump, again, is not necessarily promising, hey, I'm going to be tough on China. He's promising universal tariffs, even on, like, Gibbs, I mean, he was asked the question on the first day of his presidency. He was asked about tariffs. The first thing he mentioned on tariffs was tariffing Canada. Canada is literally, I mean, if there's a country that's the closest ally to America, whatever country that is, like it almost certainly has to be Canada. Like, why are we trying to extract concessions from Canada? If anything, we should be doing the opposite because we have reason to believe that Canada will work with America in good faith, right? That many other European countries or Australia or these, basically the developed world, the Western world, would do those things. So it's just not a fitted policy coming out of the Trump administration. It's blanket. It's total ultimate skepticism. And I don't think that that's right because we just don't have reason to not trust many governments across the planet. You might say we have reason to not trust most governments. You might say we have reason to not trust many governments, right? Especially China, North Korea, and Iran, all these places. But that's like standard conservatism. That's not what Trump's offering. He's offering like ultimate skepticism, even with countries that we're supposed to be integrating with, not closing our doors to.
Well, all right, that's a good segue into this next part, which I say we're about to do closings. I got another panel I have to run here in a moment, so let's go ahead and do some closings. We'll start with Pentuple, since Econoboi gave us such a eloquent speech right there, or whatever monologue. Right, let's go to you, Pentuple, for closings. He's muted. Let's go to Nonfun. Yeah, go. Give us closing thoughts and who you are, where to find you, what you do.
Well, Pentuple's not going to hear me insult him. I mean, yeah, basically, I mean, all my predictions seemingly came true. I said that they were going to hyper focus on like localized cost. They did that. With the steel. Azure Baby, is that your name? Did that very evidently. Refused to even answer if there was a net benefit. She refused to even answer if there was any trade-off between the amount of revenue a tariff brings in versus how much we bring manufacturing back. Like, they refused to engage with like my direct argumentation, like I predicted. They deflected to, having this discussion over, what experts believe. I mean, I feel like we did a good job refuting that as well. I mean, most of the arguments they gave were like debunked in real time in front of them. Pentuple can't even track what a sovereign wealth fund is. You can learn more on how to debunk them at my Substack, nonfun.blog. There's a few posts about tariffs on them. Pentuple should read it. If I were to call any of my classmates in like my high school economics class, they would see the flaw in Pentuple's arguments. He wouldn't even let me. He will ask me a direct question like, if tariffs can help certain companies, why don't they bring manufacturing back? And he won't even let me engage with that question and answer it, even though I mentioned exchange rate appreciation, intermediate goods. There's a few other things too, but there's no point going into them. At the end of the day, there's just much better ways to raise revenue. Even if we want to like tax foreign nations or whatever, Google what a DBCFT is, okay? You can find me at Nonfun on YouTube, Nonfun420 on Twitch. There's a lot of other tariff debates I do. They're all on my YouTube channel. Go check me out.
All right. Thank you so much, Pentuple. Tell us who you are, where you're at, and give us your closing thoughts.
I'm Pentuple. I'm on Twitch, and I guess just watch and learn over the next 4 years, bros.
Fantastic. Abby, tell us who you are, what you do, and closing thoughts.
Yeah, so I'm Abby. You can find me nowhere because I'm a ghost. Thanks. So, other than maybe X, I post on X occasionally. So, I think what it really boils down to is tariffs aren't all bad. I know that we've talked a lot about universal tariffs and the thought of universal tariffs, but Trump's not advocated universal tariffs at all. So I don't know why we got into that, but selective tariffs can be good in certain situations. And when it comes to the ERS, having that really localized and having experts in place that can really focus on it and make sure that we're getting the money that should be coming into us, so that we're not just pouring money out to other foreign nations, I think would be a great thing. They failed to show why that wouldn't be more efficient to have a specific company doing that. They just fall on tariffs and why tariffs are bad, but that's not really the question.
I don't know,
The
Bob Marley.
question is really around the ERS,
Kill
and
me.
it's clearly going to be a thing. We're clearly going to do the tariffs, so it's not a question of whether we should or not, it's a question of how best can we do this. And I think we were able to establish that making that really small agency would be able to make it more efficient so that the Customs and Border Patrol can really focus on what they need to do in regards to deportation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And thanks for being here. Always good when a friend comes in handy and helps you out, fill out that panel. Econoboi, take it away. Closing thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know. I guess it is a bit of a bold thing to say that Trump is kind of a dumbass and doesn't really know what he's doing. But I mean, I don't, whenever I see Trump talk about policy issues, I just really don't see a sophisticated understanding. And I never do, right? I mean, insofar as he's playing a character, I mean, is he always playing a character? Like, is he like the fucking, what was that famous troll actor from a long time ago? I can't remember. He was like a comedian who would troll people. It was like this whole thing.
I say like the Undertaker, always in character, even in real life. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't, maybe I guess he's in the WWE Hall of Fame. Like maybe that is what's happening. But like, I don't know. I guess
there is an argument for that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess overall, I just have a lot of reason to be very skeptical of Trump's policies and his trade policy and his immigration policy specifically. I do think that if he engages in a policy of universal tariffs, or like massive tariffs, like near universal tariffs, I have reason to believe that that'll make things just like worse, period, right? People will pay a lot more money for the goods that they would ordinarily buy. There might be shortages of things, not that there'll be starvation or anything like that, but, you might have to change your consumer habits, right? Like maybe things are much more in season than they used to be, right? And I mean, that's something that I think is kind of counter to what he promised, right? Which was to bring down the cost of things, which was to increase the level of plenty around us. I mean, that's what I worry about. And I think I have a lot of reason to be worried about that being an impact of his administration. I think that insofar as those things don't happen, it's insofar as people can convince Trump to not do the things that he said he's going to do. We just have to wait. We're only 2 days in. So, ironically, I haven't heard much. I heard a lot of news yesterday, but not today. I don't know if he took the day off. Maybe he's like a 3-day work week kind of guy. I don't know. But I haven't heard much news about what he's done today. Anyway, that's my thought. Hope you guys enjoyed the debate. Like talking to all you guys. Econoboi.substack.com for my writings, and Econoboi on YouTube. Live and learn, 3 wonks, all that stuff. Had a fun time, Gibbs.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. And it was great. Yeah, so once again, this is our first 2 panels. We're about to be talking here about 15 minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick and grab some water and whatnot. We're going to be talking about were the Nazis actually socialists or not here in a moment. The next panel, it's going to be exciting stuff. A little bit more discussion based, a little bit less debate, bro. But thanks for all y'all for joining, and y'all have a good rest of your night. Thank y'all. Woo!
Appreciate it. Oh my god, kill me. 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 Oh my god, kill me, dude. Fuck, I close everything. What's up?
Yeah, good debate. Total non-fun W.
Kill me, dude.
No, I mean, it was a good debate. But, it was annoying because, like, the girl, what's her name?
Azure baby, I think, something like that.
The girl, she said, I don't know if you noticed, I DM'd you about it, but in her opening statement, she said, we're like, oh, the income tax is so high, we're taxing people even sometimes at 40%. And I'm like, that's just not true. And then I realized she confused the marginal rate with the effective rate.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah. She think you should have like nailed her on that. But like whatever, it's fine. Who cares? Like,
I tried to immediately like go after her and nail her down on one thing, but she's like, "You're just trying to nail me down on one specific thing," and I'm like,
"Yeah,
yes,
you're trying to get specifics. You're trying to like, yeah." Also, I liked that you and Econoboi made the point of like, we already study this, and you just don't read it. You just don't care, and it's so annoying that Gibbs is just like, people feel like academia cheated them for like a leftist agenda. It's like, okay, one, I don't care about like the average person's schizophrenia. Okay, I just care about the facts. Okay,
yeah,
Mr. Gibbs, I just care about the facts. Okay, right? So just like totally irrelevant. But like also, what leftist agenda by the IMF? What by economists? Like no leftists? What? Like, what are you talking about? It's just so clueless.
It's so
and
insane,
you should have cited the like economist polls on
I said it in general. I was going to, but the conversation shifted too quickly. I'm like, I'm not gonna like bring up this again. But
Pentuple got crushed. He was like emasculated the entire debate.
I know.
He had no clue how investment funds work. He was like,
"You're saying we're gonna force companies on the U.S. stock market? Like what? Like what the hell, dude?"
You can buy some stocks. What are you gonna do? Buy other stocks? There are always stocks you can buy. Like, bro, he's clueless. But yeah. It's also funny. I mean, I think the funniest thing was the fact she confused marginal and effective rates. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, I mean, good debate. I liked how Econoboi just like completely genocided him on like the point of like, you don't even read the studies. But like, I wish you guys like defended academia more there in the debate. I liked Econoboi's like spiel about like, sometimes there are just like things that are true, right? Like climate change is not like, oh well, let's have the two sides debate. It's like no, the scientists are just right on climate change. It's not what maybe some of their predictions about like, I don't know, some things were off, but like it is a thing. It is man-made, and it is a serious thing. I don't know why we're like pretending there's room for debate here. But, like vaccines, they just work, and economists they give their lives to study this, and it's so rude, it's so disrespectful to speak about this topic so confidently without having read a single study in your life. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
dude, I tried to too. Like I literally said, like I will like
study and debate.
I know. Oh, I should have, but I was like, I will walk you through this. We will read Greg Mankiw together, okay? Like I can walk you through this, okay? But you guys aren't going to do it because you just scream at me when I ask about specifics. Like really?
Yeah. No, but yeah, good debate. Clearly won. You clearly won. No one can watch this and think the conservatives won. Completely clueless. I also liked how she's like, it's so obvious that they don't believe what they're saying. So she's like, I think it's a great idea that Trump is like, making government departments that work hard, that enjoy what they're doing. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you dumb fuck? Like, nothing specific. You're speaking in generalities. Like, oh, government departments that work hard and research the topic. And it's like, dog, we already have research on this. Like,
I know, and it's like, dude, it was so annoying. Like, I went over, like, here were, like, 3 of Trump's, like, top economists, and, like, they all make, like, egregious, like, errors.
Oh, but there are others, lol.
She's just like, yeah, but we're going to hire so many people. It's like, dog, these are the 3 top economists that Trump hired, and they all are, like, making, like, horrible arguments. The one guy made, like, a literal, like, the accounting error, like, import subtract from GDP, and, like, a...
Someone in the chat also, in Admiral Gibbs's chat, someone also made the accounting identity of like argument where it's like, but like the other way around, he said like, oh, if we do tariffs, that bolsters our exports and therefore it increases GDP, and it's like, no, stop. I was trying to explain to him, like, my favorite argument is the fact that just like, do you think spending more government money increases GDP? Like, obviously not. Or also, GDP equals consumption plus savings plus taxes, right?
So if
we just tax more, you think we increase GDP? No, obviously it's an accounting identity, right? But yeah. Yeah, people have a hard time grasping GDP. Basic mistake. But,
dude, it was so awesome when that Azure girl was like, how much revenue do you think it would raise if we brought steel back? Like negative 10 billion? Like, I don't know. Like you're
Yeah, also, I mean, I wish you just cited more studies, because then it would make it clear that, like, how anti-intellectual they are. It's so gross to me that Gibbs is enabling this, like, oh, well, some people just feel like academia lied to them, so they can just, like, ignore all fucking studies. What are we talking about? What are we doing? The average person doesn't know what a regression is. They don't know what an R-squared is. They don't know what a p-value is. Why the fuck do we care what they think? Why the fuck do I give a shit? Like... What, like, our key values are fucking leftist invention? What are we doing?
They
what are we
are,
saying?
bro. Accounting, okay, it's a leftist trick, okay? It's
yeah, all of it. It's just like, yeah, I can believe whatever I want because, like, truth doesn't exist. This is what I mean by, like, these people. I don't know if Gibbs is, but, like, all the Trumpists, they're just like, they have. I don't know if they support fascist policies. I'm sure if you described fascism to them, they might, like, a lot of them would agree. But, like, their mentality is fascist. Like, it's nothing, no truth exists. No, like, agreed upon reality is a thing. I can just believe whatever I want as long as it's in my interest. That's, like, fundamentally totalitarian, right?
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so...
We're going to have 4 years of that. Yeah, 4 years of it. Yeah. Bro, 2025 is already 5% over. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
It's weird, but
Well, Well, yeah. But either way, good debate. I enjoyed it. Econoboi W, non-fun W. Total
Yeah, no, I
genocide.
told him,
Total
I warned him,
conservatism.
I need him to get mad. I sent him a DM before, like, I need you to say at least 3 slurs in this debate.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Total W. But yeah, I mean, also, I don't know. I still can get over the fact that, like, why? I just don't get this mentality. I just don't understand this frame of mind or whatever, where it's like I don't feel comfortable talking about, like, the merits of, like, I don't know, anything without reading a study on it. Why do these people feel like so comfortable talking about
I
this
don't
stuff,
get
right?
it. Yeah, it's like I would never, like, have
Like,
this
why would
high
I
conviction to
talk
take
about,
on
like,
anything. Like, if I...
Yeah. I want to fucking talk about, like, I don't know, dermatology, because I've never read a study on it. I don't know the terms. I don't know the stuff. I don't understand it. But these people feel so confident speaking about, like, oh yeah, we're gonna get all the experts and they're gonna find the best tariff, the one good tariff. They're gonna find it. They're all gonna look for it. Ever elusive good tariff. They're gonna find it all because they're so happy and hardworking. They're gonna do all the research. I don't know what research means, but, like, yeah, and also it's so funny that Pentuple was like, they're gonna make a long report of 20 pages. It's like, that was so embarrassing. Dog. Like, yeah, bro, he never reads. Like, oh my, I don't know, just, like, humility is a virtue. It's just like, be like, I haven't researched this, and Trump clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's so
How
annoying.
bad do you
all
want a
the Trump
response from Penn? I hear you
propaganda where
DM
it's
him a
like,
lot. I have DM'd Pentuple twice in my life. The first time was immediately after the Hippy Dippy debate, the first time I interacted with him, and I said, hey, if you're ever up for a debate on tariffs again, I'll happily do so. I think I invited him to do one. And then yesterday, as a troll, I DM'd him saying, you should read this, and it was a PDF of an economics textbook. He did not read it, by the way, just so we know. Just so it was very apparent he has not read it.
Yeah, he's never read anything. Again, 20 pages is like a long report to him.
Yeah. Also, thanks for the follow,
That's so
etc.
funny.
I appreciate it. Welcome.
But also, I mean, Yeah, it's just like so anti-intellectual. Like, also, why are we doing the Trump propaganda thing where it's like, the one thing Trump is really good at is negotiating. Yes, yes, negotiating. What a good negotiator. Yes, he got all the concessions from China? What changed with China?
Dude,
From
I didn't
Turkey?
even. Yeah.
Like, you should have hammered them on like, oh, so you're saying France with like one tariff they didn't do it? Well, what about China and Turkey? Huge markets. Now they do a tariff on the United States, right?
By the way, I
Yeah.
was on Google. Pentuple didn't accuse me of it this time, but I was actually on Google, like looking at the France thing. I don't even think her representation is accurate. It seems like there was like a much
Of course.
broader.
I don't even believe her for a second. Yeah, I don't believe her for a second.
There was it was part of like a much broader deal where like multiple EU countries and like India, who I don't think that we tariffed at all, like made this deal where like, hey, we're not going to have like some of the things in digital services.
Yeah. And also, it's like, if you think countries trading, it's also like the way they're speaking about this is so clueless and so like.
This is not
even
even close to
intuitive in the sense
tariffs.
that like you just speak from intuition without having any background knowledge to rely on. So it's like, oh, if other countries are going to profit from trading with us, we get to tax them a little bit. It's like, what? Why? What? We don't benefit from it. All you're doing when you tax something is you get less of it, so they're going to trade with us less. What are you saying? What are you talking about? You just
I know.
say things because you think they sound good. It's like, where do these people get to vote? It's like crazy to me. I don't know. But, that's Trumpists for you. Do you think DGG is over?
I doubt it's like over. Like he'll probably, assuming he like apologizes to some degree, like people.
Destiny
obviously-
never apologizes. The guy's a total asshole.
I mean, okay, but this is like, I don't know, it's a big deal. So I would assume if he makes some apology, it doesn't even have to be that great. Like he'll continue to have, he'll always have some people who watch him. I think if he apologizes, the dip in viewership won't be like super big.
Yeah, I mean,
think
it
he'll-
seems like he lost like 4K subs, like nothing major so far.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's just like, I don't know. How do we feel about the Elon Musk Nazi salute?
Dude, the more I watch it, the more I'm like, maybe he was trying to do it. Maybe he was.
No, I think like it objectively was a Nazi salute, right? Like it objectively was like
I mean, it's
very
very
much
clearly
the
like
way you do a Nazi salute. I just don't know if he intended to do it, if he was just like edgy. I'm like 50-50. I truly don't know. I mean, the guy supports AFD. He's like promoting the fuck out of Nazis on Twitter.
Yeah, that's true.
He's like, he was like replying to people who are like, Jews have a thing against whites, and it was like accurate or something, Like, the guy is crazy. It's like, how do we? This is so dystopian. I feel like I'm watching dystopia. It's this. I've never imagined it will be this bad. Right? Like, yeah, I don't know.
It'll be so fun.
It's so bad.
So fun.
No, it's not fun though. Like we have
So fun.
Zuckerberg and Musk and like the TikTok, all the big social media apps, just completely like enabling the right wing who try to coup. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's like truth is dead. It's like so crazy. It's so crazy.
And
But
that's
I don't
why
know. I don't know.
they'll never engage with me correctly. Okay, they'll never do it. They won't do it.
Yeah.
They refuse to do
Yeah.
it. Dude, that was
Yeah.
it was so insane to me. We increase demand for domestic products, so how are you saying manufacturing's hurt? It's like, okay, well, here's a few causal things. You appreciate exchange rates. You can tariff intermediate goods.
No response.
There are other-
No response.
I know,
Nothing.
yeah.
They have
You
no
won't even-
clue. Yeah. It's like, yeah, they don't care. If you couldn't name a single economist Trump hired that had made mistakes, you'd be like, see, they're so good. But when you can name them, it's like, okay, but who cares? There are so many other people. Like, they don't care about the truth. They have no commitment to like being correct, being like virtuous. It's just like whatever is in their interest. Yeah, that's why it's like totally like they enjoy saying absurdities. Like it's just like nothing will convince them. They never read a thing in their life. Right? Like imagine the ERS has like by accident hired like honest economists. So they do the research and it's like tariffs are bad. And they read it. Do you think they'll buy it? Do you think
No,
they'll change their
yeah, they
minds?
won't,
No,
yeah.
of course they won't. It's also the fact that Trump is such a total bully who would just fire people who disagree with him. If the ERS, it's not going to be an independent government agency, so I'm not even going to like have a lot of trust in it. That's not how academia works. In academia, you do a study, you publish it, and like that's it. Like that's not like, oh, the study disagrees with me. The study found like tariffs are good, and therefore we have to silence it. Because how do you explain like minimum wage research, right? That got published. That made economists disagree with it, but they still published it because they are committed to an independent scientific process. But government institutions are not going to be like that, especially when Trump is the president. Of course not. But yeah, they don't care. They don't give a fuck. Yep. Yeah, it's so sad. Meanwhile, they can just say like, well, but Trump got elected, so we're in all reality.
So we're gonna do it
like,
anyway.
okay.
So give fuck. You guys were proof. It's like dog kill. Dude, it was so funny too when the girl was like talking about social wealth funds with Econoboi, and she's like, well, like they have like blackouts in Alaska or whatever. It's like dog, like really, God, I forget what was her exact argument. Whoa. It was like, oh, the social wealth fund could help Alaska because like they, fuck, it was something really stupid.
It's good that Texas has like he said something about Texas having a low income tax or something. It's like, oh, but they have problems with their electric grid. It's like, okay, that's not what does that have to do with anything? You just are schizophrenic. You're just like saying completely irrelevant shit just to say shit. It's like so annoying. I don't know. These people are so crazy. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, you should watch. Maybe not on stream. It's 3 hours long. But Unlearning Economics made a second. He made the Thomas Sowell Part 2 video.
I haven't watched all of it yet because I've been streaming. But I respect him too much to watch it on stream. Okay, so, but yeah, I watched some of it.
It's good. It's good. Yeah. Well, but either way. So total non-fun W. Good debate. Good stuff. Pentuple got completely humiliated. And good for you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right, bye. Talk to her. Okay. I love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. I will stream again to maybe not tomorrow because I have college work that I haven't done, but soon. And I have to edit this stuff. So I probably won't stream again tomorrow, but I will stream again the day after. Head over to Gibbs. Appreciate you guys watching. Love all you guys. If you had told me, even a year, well, not a year ago, especially before I started streaming, but even just like 5 months ago, before I was on, but when I was just streaming to like fucking Ophelia and Kaio and Zach. What's up, Zach? That I would be on a debate panel with Econoboi, okay? I would have an Econoboi team up debate panel against, I knew who Gibbs was. I didn't know who Pentuple was until the hippy dippy thing. I'd be like, what? That's crazy. And you guys